Hey, we are now live on YouTube, the first Byron Dragway TV broadcast of this 2020 season. Highly anticipated, much looked forward to, and courtesy of Autoland Outlets. Thank you to Autoland Outlets, the official car dealer of Byron Dragway, for presenting and bringing back the Byron Dragway TV live streams for this Fall Bracket Nationals. $4,000. That is the top prize today in the Super Pro Box No Box presented by FTI Performance. The last of our No Box. Just about here at the starting line. Tori Williams, a driver that took home a $5,000 payday a little over 1 year ago on Monday, Labor Day 2019. 004 reaction time for Tori Williams. He will go a 624, 110 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Tori Williams. Those were your first pair of Super Pro box cars. Frank Sulfin, a 6:05 elapsed time, 113 miles per hour, and the beautiful Duster from Naperville, Illinois. Hey, this is the poster car for the Fall Bracket Nationals, the car that graces the flyer. Steve Klotz in a hard-launching wheel-standing 72 Vega. Maybe he doesn't pick the wheels up the highest of all the racers, but he will carry it out to just past the Christmas tree, maybe out to the 60-foot cube even. Paired up with Brad Maxwell in a 78 Chevrolet Malibu from Davenport, Iowa. Red light star for Steve Klotz. He is 002 red inside the Vega. He will go a 5:79 elapsed time, 118 miles per hour for Steve Klotz. And now the aircraft mechanic, Jim Oliver, in a beautiful purple 66 Chevy 2 left-hand side. From downtown New Lenox, Illinois, right on the I-80 corridor, paired up with Buck Davenport. And a 67 model Chevrolet Camaro Davenport. Kind of rolling off the starting line, rolling through the line. Jim Oliver, 5'6", 124 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Buck Davenport, 697 at 102 on the right-hand side. Greg Beach and Tim Folker. 008 reaction time for Folker in the Corvette. Greg Beach, the dragster, one of the first dragsters we have seen of the day today. 5:17 elapsed time, 1:33 for the dragster of Greg Beach. To the left-hand side, Tim Folker, 6:38 with an 8 at 1:07 in the Corvette from Freeport, Illinois. And a pair of Chevrolet Camaros at the starting line. One, the local boutique owner. That is Chelsea Simpson. 2010 model Chevrolet Camaro from Byron, Illinois, just across the river. Paired up with a car that is not on file. That is a third generation white and blue Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side. Great big hood scoop coming out of the hood. Wheelie bar on back. That will be a fast Camaro left-hand side. These are the box cars. Box is not set right, and left-hand side, he will leave prematurely. Going to go a 5:41 at 1:28 on the left-hand side. Chelsea Simpson, 6:65 at 1:03 on the right-hand side for the Camaro from Byron, Illinois, the hometown racer. This is the Amazing Grace, Eric Grace from Brooklyn, Wisconsin, in a beautiful 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette in the right-hand side. He got down to the quarterfinals 1 weekend ago at the 26th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, located in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He is paired up with the local driver, local from Rockford, Illinois, the Forest City. That is Kevin Swartz. And a 1980 Chevrolet Malibu. A tale of two totally different Chevys. Swartz going to be about a 7-second elapsed time, probably a 7:20. Eric Grace going to run deep into the 4-second range, and he is shot out of the straight line like a cannon. Reaction time 4:46 miles per hour for the Amazing Grace, Eric Grace. 7:46 and 94 miles per hour for Kevin Swartz in the left-hand lane. And like I said, tale of two totally different Chevys. Almost 3 seconds, the difference in elapsed time. Josh Genske and Joe Hansen. Your next pair, Hansen to the right-hand side from Williams Bay, Wisconsin. The short wheelbase Chevy Monza right lane paired up with Josh Genske. Genske, you're going to go 5:00, 137 miles per hour for Josh Genske in the dragster left-hand side. Joe Hansen, 6:07 at 1:13 in the right-hand lane for the newly retired software technician from Williams Bay, Wisconsin. And we'll now bring up Mike Hobson in the purple Camaro from Freeport, Illinois. On the right-hand side, he is going to be running alongside another dragster. That is Jay Larson of Beloit, Wisconsin. Jay racing today. I am sure his father, Jeff Larson Sr., also in competition this weekend. I guess I haven't seen him for myself, but we can just about assume that. So Larson left-hand side, Mike Hobson in the right-hand lane. A red line start for Jay Larson on the left-hand side. Mike Hobson keeps it green. 15 on the tree. He'll go 5:53, 126 miles per hour in the Camaro right lane. 5:11 at 1:33 for Jay Larson, left-hand side in the dragster. Hey, another new one, not on file. The dragster to the left-hand side. Paired up with Christine Maluk, right-hand side. The 1932 Bantam Alter from Beloit, Wisconsin. Nearly identical reaction times, 14 on the tree for the dragster left-hand side. A driver not on file. We will have to dig up that tech card. Christine Maluk, the mother of three from Beloit, Wisconsin, to the Bantam Alter. She will go a 5:65 at 1:20 in the right lane. This is the one and only time trial session for Super Pro Box this morning. Hey, a short wheelbase dragster left-hand side. Another one not on file. We will have to dig up that entry card. I tell you, Sedona, the big payday this weekend is certainly pulling them out of the woodwork. Drivers that we do not normally see turning out for this $4,000 to win Saturday, and of course $10,000 the top prize tomorrow in Super Pro. 004 reaction time left-hand side, 002 in the right lane for Gary Siegelak from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. And a 5:05 elapsed time, 1:37 in the right-hand lane for Gary Siegelak. Andy Rucker and Dion Dignitz, your next pair. Dignitz on the right-hand side, a cheesemaker. Cheesemaker from Random Lake, Wisconsin, to the right-hand lane. That is the white dragster. And Andy Rucker, the college student who has wheeled this dragster to a $5,000 win in the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series. But that's been about 2 years ago. Rucker, he is hungry, not for some cheese, but for a race win this weekend. 007 green to the right-hand side for Dion Dignitz, the cheesemaker. Makes the cheese, cuts the lights, 5:27 elapsed time at 1:28 in the right-hand lane for Dion Dignitz. Andy Rucker, 5:64 at 1:20 in the left-hand lane for the college student. Rick Scott. I believe that's Rick Scott. It may not be. It's got different information for the car than is on file, but the name says Rick Scott on the computer. So we will go with it at this point. 004 light for Rick. So far, we've seen an array of 002s and 004s and a lot of 00 lights, but we have yet to see a perfect light this morning. The welder from Brandon, Wisconsin, that is Dan Kike with a 009 line of the dragster left-hand side. He will go a 4:65 at 1:49 in the left-hand lane. For Dan Kike, a driver that picked up a win earlier this year, not at Byron Dragway, but up at Rock Falls Raceway. And he would love to do the same thing again this weekend. Charlie Hama and Tommy Pope. Two cars that couldn't be much more different. Hama on the left-hand side, the short wheelbase dragster. Check out that elapsed time. 452 miles per hour for Charlie Hama. Tommy Pope In the Camaro, he will go a 763 at 85 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Tommy Pope. Blake Vangsness, the recent high school graduate in the Chevrolet Nova. Top sportsman car, normally in the right-hand side. He was out here for the World Power Wheel Standing Championships last weekend. The top sportsman entry going to go a 464 at 151 in the right-hand lane. I believe that was Rich Engelbert. Rich Engelbert in the Pontiac Firebird. Vangsness was in the left-hand side. Top to bottom, inside and out, that is one of the most beautiful cars on the property. Greg Rouleau having some issues. That is uncharacteristic for the Pro Charged dragster of Greg Rouleau. Normally a car that turns about a 460 elapsed time. Actually, about a 430 elapsed time, 160 miles per hour, I should say. Only going to go a 532 right here. He's well out of the throttle, just after the 330 mark for Greg Rouleau. And burning out right now, this is David Bones Johnson, a former NHRA King of the Track here at Byron Dragway. He was King of the Track in 2016. Went deep in eliminations at King of the Track again this year, but would be denied. King of the Track this year was actually Jeff Tepper. Jeff Tepper, a sportsman class entry. Always cool to see the foot brake. Sportsmen and straight style cars go the distance on King of the Track. That is always cool to see. But former King of the Track, David Bones Johnson, left-hand side under the watchful eye of his father, Sam. And on the right-hand side, it is Aaron Schott in the Z28 Chevrolet Camaro from Watertown, Wisconsin. A pair of red lights. Both drivers very anxious this morning. David Bones Johnson going to go a 572 at 122 to the left-hand side. Aaron Schott, 563 at 123 in the right-hand lane for Schott. Well, a couple more cars that we don't normally see out of Byron Dragway. That is Laura Stewart from Long Grove, Iowa. An 87 model Chevrolet Camaro on the right-hand side, paired up with Gary Wood in the left-hand lane. Sedona, that was a sigh of relief right there that the Ford Pinto of Gary Wood got down with no issues. You will recall the last Pinto to go down the dragway here was the World Power Wheel Standing Championships last weekend, as driven by Chris Pierce to Shinto, and that car ended up on the left side of the left lane guard wall. That's right, that car scaled the wall last weekend, so fortunately Gary Wood will keep it between the walls. Mike Schrader and Monty Fisher on track right now. Beautiful wheels up launch with the old 442 of Mike Schrader, the owner-operator of Mike's Mobile in Cross Plains, Wisconsin. He will turn a 6:59 elapsed time at 1:02 through the 8th mile for Mike Schrader. Bonnie Fisher, 4:92 at 1:39 on the right-hand lane for Monty. Hey, we got a car about 2 pairs back, about 2, maybe 3 pairs back, and they are celebrating their wedding anniversary this week, and we'll talk about them more in a minute. But a happy anniversary to Mark and Lisa Krupa, celebrating 35 years of marriage this weekend. So a happy anniversary to Mark and Lisa Krupa. They will be pulling out here in about 3 pairs' time, celebrating 35 years of marriage and celebrating at the Playground of Power. Ryan Fasano and Jeff Larson Sr. on track right now. 003 reaction time for Fasano, left-hand side, a former track champion, Byron Dragway. He'll go a 4:74 laps time, 144 miles per hour for Ryan Fasano. Jeff Larson Sr., 5:43 at 1:28 in the right-hand lane. Fasano took home a $10,000 win a couple of weeks ago. Scotty Haas and Super Bill Budisoff at the starting line. Budisoff been racing that car for something like 40 years now in the right lane. The 74 Buick Oval of Super Bill and Super Dawn Budisoff. Left-hand side, that is Scotty Haas, veteran driver. Was racing top sportsman in the Corvette last weekend, driving his tractor here. 4:71 for Scotty Haas at 146 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Super Bill, 6:37 at 1:07 in the right-hand lane. Well, you could hear this one blowing out the microphone at the starting line if you're watching the live stream. Tune in now. Tune in now. Watch for free. Watch live on YouTube. It is the return of Byron Dragway TV live stream. We're actually going to crank down the audio just a touch as he is absolutely clipping the microphone at the starting line. That is Mad Mark Krupa, the front-engine dragster. Supercharged entry. Celebrating, he and his wife celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary this weekend. And a problem in the right-hand side for Dale Cooter. Mad Mark Krupa, no problems for he. 4:02 was his elapsed time, 177 miles per hour for Mad Mark Krupa. Your low ET and top speed of the day today, and I will say that will likely stand for the duration. So Dale Cooter, take number 2 in the Forever Young Pontiac Firebird Roadster. And this one's a lot better. 5:31 at 1:29 for Dale Cooter. As he had an issue at the starting line, he will restage and get to go again. Ricky Pena's got the AMX back together, and that is good news as he is your points leader. Well, it's good news for him. I don't know if it's good news for the rest of the field to see that AMX back up and running again, but it is always good to see a driver in the points battle be able to control his destiny and not be at the mercy of the parts and pieces, although that is a big part of this business. Not just what you can do behind the wheel, is can you keep the car together? Can you put together and assemble a consistent machine? Ricky Pena, the AMX, he will turn a 6:41 laps, time of 1:06 on the left-hand side. The top sportsman entry on the right-hand side goes a 4:64, at 1:50 in the right-hand lane. Hey, here's a car we haven't really seen all year. Brian Yeomans from Marshall, Wisconsin. Left-hand side, the green dragster. Paired up with Rob Livingston. Livingston, a Chevrolet Camaro third-generation model from Waterloo, Iowa on the right-hand side. A healthy field of Super Pro box entries. Cars are still just barely wrapped around the corner back there. So a great turnout, a number of racers that we haven't seen all year. Number of racers we just frankly haven't seen ever before. That's pretty cool to see. Nearly identical reaction time, 17 on the tree for Yeoman, 16 on the tree for Rob Livingston. Livingston, how about that? The door car quicker than the dragster. He'll go a 5:08 at 1:36. Yeoman's 5:35 at 1:28 in the left-hand lane. Kim Kendall and Mike Ballard on track. Kendall, 5:19 laps time at 1:31. Ballard, 5:28 at 1:30 on the right-hand side. Wendell Curley and Jay Allen. Allen, you can see he's got number 31 on the scoop. 31 because, well, he's in Division 3, and 1 because, well, he's the champion from 1 year ago. Your division champion to the right-hand side from Utica, Illinois. That is Jay Allen. Paired up with Wendell Curley of Rock City, Illinois. Allen, uncharacteristically red on the right-hand side. This is a former champion of the Fall Bracket Nationals. Left-hand side, Jim Zink, a $10,000 champion on the left-hand side. 001 reaction time for Jim Zink. Let it be no surprise that he is a $10,000 champion with reaction times like those. Bobby Marquis, meanwhile, 008 reaction time for Bobby on the right-hand side. She will go 4:79 to 1:44 in the dragster, right-hand side from Comanche, Iowa. And now Machine Gun Kelly Spears at the starting line. 68 model Dodge Dart from Rockford, Illinois. He was in competition 1 week ago with the World Power Wheel Standing Championships. Paired up with Brian Lynch of Clinton, Iowa on the right-hand side. Red light start for Kelly Spears. He will go 005 red in the Dodge Dart and go through the 8th mile at a 6:07, 115 miles per hour for Spears. Brian Lynch, 4:87 at 1:40 on the right-hand side for Brian Lynch. And a solo now for John Schober, the real estate agent from Orland Park, Illinois. Joined at the starting line by Zach Manasiri watching on. Zach racing as well this weekend in his pickup truck over on the no box side. $27 on the tree for the talented racer of John Schober. 496 at 1:38 on the right-hand side for John Schober. And an issue on the burnout for Greg Antonioni. A brand new dragster. Pro-charged entry and an issue at the burnout. Something apparently coming off the Pro Charger. That is the report. So quickly they will cut the power on the car, and a solo pass now for Jeff Jones on the right-hand side. $491 at $139 for Jeff Jones on a solo pass, right-hand side. Hey, at last we are back to pairing cars up and going side by side. Bruce Call and Josh Goyke, pair of dragsters, the long, skinny ones at the starting line. Goyke in the right-hand side. A top 20 racer from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. He is in the right-hand side. The black dragster with the purple roll cage, that is Josh Goyke. Goyke paired up with Bruce Call. Call all the way from Okeechobee, Florida on the left-hand side. I believe he's one of those racers with a dual residence. Spends his summers in Okeechobee. That's probably his primary residence. Comes up here in the summers and goes drag racing the playground of power. Bruce Call left-hand side. Josh Goyke in the right-hand lane. As we are getting through this first and only time trial session in Super Pro Box. Through the 8th mile, very close elapsed times. 4:79 for Call on the left-hand side, 4:77 for Josh Goyke in the right-hand side. Identical 1:43 speeds for both cars, so they were wheel to wheel, roll cage to roll cage, the whole way down. Doug Cruz now from Rockford, Illinois. Newly retired this year, Doug Cruz to the left-hand side. Lends out a helping hand to Byron Dragway all week long. Doing every kind of odd job you can imagine and keeping the playground of power well maintained out here. 002 reaction time for Doug Cruz. 6:52 at 1:06 the time for Cruz on the left-hand side. 4:66 at 1:47 to the right-hand lane for the dragster. A new dragster not yet on file. I have said it before and it bears repeating. So many new cars this weekend. Great to see. Tim Vincent now on the left-hand side, a driver. They got engaged at the starting line. He's got some sweet memories from the playground of power. Took home a $5,000 win that very day. Paired up with another new car on the right-hand side. Another new entry not yet on file.
All right, Tim Vincent, 495 and a 481 on the unknown. We got to dig out his entry card, new entry for this season. Myron's Meats coming up now, Myron Street. All right, Derek Dignitz of Slinger, Wisconsin in the far lane. Myron Street in the tower lane. Well, Myron having some troubles. His car stumbled on the starting line, and he just drives it on through slowly at 796. This is the box category on the line right now. This is box time run. Mitchell Vincent of St. Charles, Illinois. Dominic Bowden of Shanahan. Dominic is a body shop owner. All right, Mitchell Vincent getting ready to go in an 11 Racecraft big block Chevrolet powered rear engine dragster is off against Dominic Bowden. How about a pair of identical reaction times? And Dominic Bowden puts up a 468. Mitchell Vincent at a 484. So identical reaction times on that pair. Coming up next, Mike Bonebright and Jeremy Vangsness. Jeremy from Rockford, Illinois, was 39 years of age. He's packing up 554 as his guess on running with his 74 Chevrolet Nova. All right. Both cars on a good run, good launch. Mike Bonebright, 495, 559 for Jeremy Vangsness at 123.14 mile an hour. Buck 23 is pretty fast if you think about that. Car's running 170 miles an hour at the 8th mile mark. All right, Mike Antonioni, Rubicon, Wisconsin. And Corey Pavicic of Dixon, Illinois. Corey is the dry hop guy. He doesn't really do a burnout. Those tires have probably been on it for many, many years. And Pavicic is staged. Antonioni is staged. $4.95 for Pavicic, Mike Antonioni at a $5.24. Nick Gaines, who was here on the big money bracket race, the 100-grander, does extremely well. They got that yellow Mustang. They got that burgundy Mustang. They were hot lapping like none other. This is his dragster, and I have not seen the dragster run before. Have you, Randall? You have, okay. Jeff Highland of Oswego, Illinois. Jeff usually runs in the 490 range. Nick Gaines from Albert Lee. He is a heavy equipment operator. All right. And both drivers with good reaction times. Nick Gaines, 468, 489 for Jeff Highland. All right, Bill Curtis, Woodstock, Illinois, in the dragster, and Mike Pavicic of Dixon, Illinois. We're winding down to just a handful left in the category of boxed time run. First round will be coming up soon. Bill Curtis, perfect reaction time. Don't know if that's the first one or not, but that is a perfect light for Bill Curtis. Mike Pavicic, 5'10" in right lane. So if there has not been a perfect light yet, Bill Curtis is holding on to a perfect reaction time. All right, Brent Vincent, Byron, Illinois, who is a train operator. Shane Pope, who works for the juice plant. The big smokestack in the sky is where Shane works at. The nuclear engineer. If you don't have power, I will give you Shane's phone number. You can call him direct right on his cell phone if you ever lose power. Here, get you hooked up. All right, Shane Pope. 474 for Shane. Oh, I saw the throttle stuck on that one. Brent Vincent hit a 615. That was one mean long burnout there. All right, Eric Pavicic really smoked his tires up on that one. Jeff Land in the far lane, Durand, Illinois. Only a couple left. Only a couple left in the time run session in the box category. So if you're in a box category and you haven't made your run yet, now's the time to get it up. All right, Eric Pavicic and Jeff Land. Pavicic, 481, 514 for Jeff Land. All right. Colin Estes of Rockford, Illinois. He's in the tower lane. Colin bumping it ever so slightly. Ed Bowsman, the concrete. Ed's concrete and masonry in the right lane. Ed! Oh, no, Ed! Perfect light! But it's too late, Ed! Billy Curtis already has one, and I don't know if somebody's got one in front of Billy. Dennis DiValerio and Colin Estes on the line.
Dennis DiValerio, the $1,000 winner from 2 years ago. That is the six-figure man at the starting line, left-hand side in the supercharged rear-engine dragster, paired up with Colin Estes in the Pontiac Acadia. The Pontiac Acadian, one of a kind this weekend. I do believe the only Pontiac Acadian I have seen at Byron Dragway in this 2020 season. And now, one of the fastest and quickest cars on the property, that is Kevin Robertson, left-hand side. The Pro Charged Dragster from Port Washington, Illinois. No box. Round at number 1 to the lanes, please. Potential buy in round number 1 of Super Pro No Box is Tim Flynn. Tim Flynn, you are potential buy in round number 1 of Super Pro No Box. Tim Flynn, please report. Please report to staging lane number 3. Tim Flynn to staging lane number 3. Tim Flynn, lane number 3. You are the potential buy. Tim Flynn, potential buy to lane number 3, please. Round number 1, Super Pro No Box. No box to the lanes, please. Pro No Box to the lanes, please. Tim Flynn, potential buy. Tim Flynn, please report to lane number 3. Tim Flynn, you are potential buy. Please report to staging lane number 3, please. And we are nearly through this time trial session for Super Pro. Check 1, check 2. Test 1, test 2. Check 1, check 2. Test 1, test 2. Check 1, check 2. Check 1, check 2. Testing 1, testing 2. Brian Steele, do you copy, Brian Steele? All right, one final time trial car here for Super Pro Box, and then we'll go into round number 1 of Super Pro No Box here in just a couple minutes' time. Well, a late arrival Ford Thunderbird at the starting line. And then we will be ready to go with round number 1 in a Super Pro Box. Super Pro Box in just a... No Box, I should say. Round number 1 of Super Pro No Box here in just a minute's time. And a red line start, negative 21 on the tree for the Ford Thunderbird through the 8th mile. Scoreboard's going to say a 5:48, 1:24 on the right-hand side. And that is a wrap here for time trial sessions. From here on out, it will be all eliminations all day against Super Pro. No Box and Super Pro Box with a $4,000 to win top prize today. Again, we are looking for Tim Flynn. Tim Flynn, the lane number 3. Tim Flynn, you are potential buy here in round number 1, Super Pro No Box. Tim Flynn, please report to lane number 3, Super Pro No Box. You are potential buy in this opening round. $4,000, that is the top prize today. Thank you all for coming. We are ready to go with round number 1 of Super Pro No Box in the staging lanes and ready to go. Hey, just as we do before round 1 of every day at Byron Dragway, we will ask all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps as we will have our invocation followed by the playing of our national anthem. So please bow your heads and join us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we pray and thank you. Thank you for bringing us together here at Byron Dragway to be amongst family and friends this weekend. We pray for the safety, the health, and the well-being of all of our racers and competitors on the track, as well as their family and crew in the pits. And the entire staff here at Byron Dragway, we pray for a safe day of racing. And in your name we pray, amen. And with that, we are ready to go with round number 1, Super Pro No Box. Big tip of the cap to the entire crew at Byron Dragway, including your staging lane director. That is the man of steel, Brian Steele. The water box area, we are joined today by Mr. Bill, the man that starred in a Super Bowl halftime commercial. He is joined by Brian Hampton in the water box area. Your chief starter today, that is Jeff Spearling, doing the starter duties today. A big thank you to the entire fire, safety, and EMT crew down track. Ian at Time Slips, Doug Lockhart and company at the award-winning Dragway Diner. Court Routson, Mark Stiles, and everyone at the tech department today. Camden Isley, Damian Hampton operating the buyback booth, as well as the Sunoco Race Fuel Station and souvenir stand.
All right, first round action is coming at you here for the Fall Bracket Nationals at the Playground of Power. Byron Dragway 2020 Vision. Also, because we're live streaming today as well. So if you got folks at home, they can sign on to Byron Dragway Live. You can get it right on YouTube. All right, our buy run driver, if there is one, Tim Flynn is there. That Tim Flynn has been on a tear lately. All right. We are getting ready to go. First round, Super Pro, no box. Beautiful. You couldn't have written a better script for the forecast today. And last weekend, if you were here, you enjoyed one of the most incredible World Power Wheel Standing Championships in Byron Dragway history. It was an unbelievable show. And I think the year prior was just as incredible. So we've had some back-to-back outstanding wheel stand contest shows. The weather cooperated to the point where it didn't rain until, I think, Saturday night till midnight. Track crew worked all night, got it ready. 10 o'clock, we are on board. All index classes were completed. All the top sportsmen in the fast classes, top dog shootout was completed. And we put on a great show, and the fans absolutely loved it, and so did we. Okay, coming up now, this is the first pair of cars, ladies and gentlemen. True Start is on. True Start is on. This is bracket racing now. The slower car gets the advantage. The faster car runs them down. The worst red light is out. So if both cars go red, whoever had the worst red light is out to level the playing field. All right, from Howard Lake, Minnesota, Nick Engler over there in the Mopar. Gorgeous looking car. In the Tower Lane, that is Steve Kafer of Aurora, Illinois. First pair of cars on the line. Kafer in the rundown mode against Engler, and Engler is your winner. Engler is your winner. All right. Jeff Woods, Tower Lane, Davenport, Iowa, Warren Strum, Villa Park, Illinois, in the right lane. All right, auto start is active, and we are off. And a red light by Jeff Woods. Warren Strum gets the win. Jeff Woods runs right on his dial. Warren Strum at 2 over, but Jeff Woods went red. He will be in the buyback opportunity. Coming up now in the Tower Lane, Chris Wicker of Rockford and McChesney Park, Illinois. Bobby Moeller of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, in the 69 Camaro. Well, how about a pair of demons coming up? Pair of Mopars coming up. Blue Mopars for you Mopar fans. Wicker with the wheels up launch is your winner. Bobby Moeller goes red by 1. thousandths of a second and runs a 6:22 with a 9. Bobby was just 2 off of a perfect run. Bobby Moeller, 2 off of a perfect run. Okay, coming up now, this is Mark Wicker of Winnebago, Illinois. He's the computer guy. And Dan Gary in the far lane of Oak Forest, Illinois. Mark Wicker out in front. He should have this one in the bag, and he does. Wicker had a perfect reaction time. A perfect light. All right, Kenny Norp, Byron, Illinois in the far lane. Ricky Pena in the tower lane. Kenny Norp, starting line advantage. Kenny Norp, finish line advantage. 2 over for Norp and a great reaction time. All right, Mitchell Vincent in the tower lane. Pat Uderdahl, I'm going to call it Uderdahl, of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and the 11 Mustang is off. Here comes Mitchell Vincent. Mitchell, starting line advantage. Mitchell Vincent gets the stripe and takes it to the next round. All right, Mark Nettesheim, tower lane. Todd Hone, Byron Hill lane. Todd Hone is, he was almost going to get caught by AutoStart, I think. That looked tight. Todd Hone against Nettesheim. Hone coming on the rundown mode, and Hone breaks out. Nettesheim is your winner. All right, Bob Dish and Aaron Johnson on the line right now. All right. Aaron Johnson is your winner. Aaron is your winner at 3 over. Bob Dish at 3 over. 91 10,000ths at the stripe. Drivers were like almost identical, so they probably were ripping each other down at the stripe there, in and out of the throttle. Troy Bogner of Sparland, Illinois, going against Mike Miller, Mount Carroll, Illinois. The Manny's Pizza sponsored Chevrolet Camaro. All right, Bogner went red on that one, and we're looking for our buy run in the box category. I know we had a couple of perfect lights. Ed Kroll is off against Tori Williams. And Ed Kroll breaks out. Tori Williams goes to the next round. All right, Donnie Schoenberg in a Tower Lane, Jeff Billiter, Byron Hill Lane. Schoenberg at a 613, Billiter 665. All right, Jeff Billiter is off. Donnie Schoenberg is in the rundown mode. Who's it going to be? Billiter is racking points. Billiter goes to the next round. Donnie Schoenberg breaks out by 8 thousandths. All right, remember, drivers, check your dial in before you stage your car. Check your dial before you stage your car. All right. Troy Bakey in the Tower Lane, Brian Dumdye in the Byron Hill Lane. Dumdye, 604. Bakey getting a 2/10 head start. Live stream is on, and the sun's shining right at us, so it's hard to get a really good visual, but we're giving it the best we can. Dumdye with the starting line advantage takes the win. Bakey runs right on his dial. All right, we have the ATM being worked on, but if you need cash in the meantime, go to the concession stands. They will help you out. So if you're trying to get money out of the ATM and it's not working, you can get it in the concession stand. Red light for Berardi. Mosier will go to the next round. And Berardi runs a couple over, a handful over, and Mosier is under. All right, Chris Roscoe in the Tower Lane. Jeremy Bausman, Byron Hill Lane. Jeremy Bausman coming by quick on the T-Bird, and Bausman is your winner. The T-Bird breaks out. All right, Kip Norp, Tower Lane, Siobhan Warner, Byron Hill Lane. So if you went to the ATM and it wasn't working properly, go to the concession stands. They will help you out while the ATM is being worked. Siobhan Warner goes red. Kip Norp. Great light for Kip. Kip goes to the next round. Runs 2 under his dial. Siobhan Warner runs 1 over. All right. Ray Smith. who's in the points hunt as well in 9th place. James Sibley of Chillicothe, Illinois. It's just north of Peoria. Close matchup here underway. Close race. Ray Smith is your winner at 2 over. Sibley had the better reaction time but did not run the number. All right, coming up now in the Tower Lane, the 1964 Chevrolet Corvette. It's Mark Rosenbaum from the Norwegian city in Wisconsin. That is called Stoughton. The big Norwegian, the Norske town of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Norm Wheats, Dialing the Devil. Clinton, Iowa, in an 89 Dodge Dakota 666. And Wheats goes red, runs 1 over. Rosenbaum runs 1 under. All right, Pete Crimebrink in the Tower Lane. In the far lane, I think we might have pulled this car. Roger Morris of Chesney Park. He is the concrete owner. A lot of concrete guys around here. Crimebrink is off, and Crimebrink was late at the light, but it's okay because a red light. A red light for Morris. This is first round Super Pro, no box. We're marching through the field. Bruce Boyle over Freddie Freegan at the starting line, and he takes it all the way through. Freegan ran right on his dial. That was with a matter of inches because Boyle almost gave that race back. All right, Bill Swarm in the Tower Lane. Ray O'Reilly in the Byron Hill Lane, 1961 Chevrolet straight axle Corvette. I'm on the list if this car ever goes for sale in the Tower Lane. I don't know where I'm at on the list. Probably the bottom, knowing Swarm. But 1961 Corvette. Gorgeous looking car. One of my dream cars back in high school. And Raylo Riley is a truck driver out of Chicago, Illinois. Peach of a guy. And Raylo is leading first. And Raylo is the winner. Raylo is the winner by virtue of a better reaction time. All right, coming up now in the Tower Lane, Brett Williamson of Rockford, Illinois. Precision Cycle Shop staff manager. In the far lane, the Hunter rep for the Northern Illinois region, Southern Wisconsin, Richard Mason. And Richard has got sponsorship money coming in from the GOP, Trump, on the side of his car. I don't know how much they paid him, but it's on the side of his car, so some money may have contributed to that. Or there's more to the story. And Richard goes 5 thousandths red. 5 thou red for Richard. All right, Dan Smith, Tower Lane. This car was in the World Power Wheel Standing Championships, but I'm sure he's got it tamed down right now. Going against Zach Manasseri of Orland Park, Illinois. He carried this thing out over 300 feet on the bumper, 330 or 350, whatever it was. Put him in second place, and second place in the Mopar division as well. Just missed it by probably 10 or 20 feet. All right, and the winner is Dan Smith. Goes to the next round. Zach Manasseri of Orland Park does not get there. Nearly identical reaction times, and that was a very close race. All right, Taylor Schleter coming up now against Mike Cole. Mike Cole goes red. Taylor Schleter is your winner. And Cole at 2 over and Schleter at 2 under. All right, Mike Etchison, Racine, Wisconsin in the Tower Lane. Johnny Robinson, Byron Hill Lane. All right, Etchison against Johnny Robinson. Chevy versus Ford and Chevrolet. We'll go to the next round. All right, Brennan Wheats in the far lane over there. And Grubby Eric Anderson. Grubby Eric Anderson in the tower lane. 581 to a 728. All right, here comes Grubby. Eric Anderson from Byron, Illinois is your winner at 1 over by reaction time advantage. Brennan Wheats ran right on his dial the best he could, but Grubby was sharper at the tree. And Grubby's got like 50 years experience on the tree. He's such an old guy. He's got a lot of age of experience of watching that tree come down. All right, Larry Williamson in the truck, in the tower lane, Precision Cycle Shop owner. And from Prophetstown, Illinois, it's Tyler Brooks. There is off. Larry Williamson has got his hands full on this one. Tyler is your winner. All right, Brando Carlson in the tower lane. Alex Kemp, index driver in the Mustang in the far lane. All right, index driver Alex Kemp. See if we can find his card here real quick. All right, the Mustang is off. Alex Kemp from LaSalle, Illinois. Red light, and the worst red light, so Brandon Carlson gets the win. Brando Carlson, they both went red. True start. All right. This is Bill Curtis Sr. doubling up on entries today, going against Steve Marcus of Comanche, Iowa. All right, Comanche, Iowa. All right, Bill Curtis Jr. is off. But it's not Junior, it's Papa. Papa driving Junior's car against Steve Marcus. The winner is Marcus is your winner. Marcus is your winner. All right, Scott Pichette of Sobeski, Wisconsin. Sobeski reminds me of like a really good drinking town. Arr, let's go to Sobeski. Huh? Maybe sober is what I'm thinking is why Sobeski. Carroll Stream, Illinois in the far lane. Lee Butler is a retired pipe fitter. All right. Butler is off. Here comes Pichette, and Butler's got troubles. Butler having car troubles. Something going wrong with Butler's car on that run and not in his favor. Did you put it? All right, Mike Southwick, Tower Lane, Dan Roth, Byron Hill Lane. Southwick is off. Danny Roth getting in the rundown mode. The winner is Danny. All right, Frank Valencia in the Tower Lane. Joe Gagliano in the Nova in the far lane. No box drivers were winding down. Box drivers, you are on alert. The by run, Bill Curtis Sr. in the dragster. Billy, you got the by run. If there is one, you will be in lane number 3. Bill Curtis, you will be in lane 3 when it's time. You got plenty of time, Noel. Byron Hilling. Gagliano against Frank Valencia, and listen to this. Joe Gagliano, perfect light. Runs dead on forward. Joe Gagliano pulls a rabbit out and says, I'll put a 4,000 package on you. The best package, might be the best package of all weekend. Joe Gagliano. There wasn't a shot in the world in the Tower Lane for Valencia. He's going to look at that time slip and just shake his head and said, I cannot believe. All right. Nearly a perfect run for Gagliano. Okay, Dave Elliott, Tower Lane from Appleton, Wisconsin. Gorgeous-looking Chevelle. He's going against Rick Stetner of Kenosha, Wisconsin. And Stetner is your winner. All right, no box drivers should all be there. Oh, no box cars. We're down to the final few cars in no box. Down to the final few. EX82. I don't know if I have this card pulled out the side. Ed Eastman of Oneida, Wisconsin in the Tower Lane. Grant Zimmerman in the Byron Hill Lane. Eastman driving an 81 Malibu wagon. And Eastman runs one over but gets beat. Box racers to the lanes. Boxers to the lanes. 4, 5, 6, and 7 for left. 8, 9, 10, 11 for right. Boxers to lane. Spencer Cole and John Holly. And Holly is your winner. Holly is your winner. All box racers to the lanes. Boxers, boxers, boxers. The swingers, the hitters, the box. Mike Potnack couldn't get a ride to the track. His tow truck broke down. He lobbied for help, and he makes it through the first round. And he is your winner over Cameron Mason. Camera 007 Red puts Potnack into the next round. Coming up now, Jesse Albright of Montgomery, Illinois, and Scott Pickford of Sterling, Illinois in the far lane. Jesse Albright and Scott Pickford. Pickford from Sterling, Illinois. The winner at the finish line is Pickford at 1 over the dial. 1 over. All right. All box racers for the lanes. We like to... And also no boxers. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska. What other state did I miss? Chris Johnson of Oneida, Wisconsin in the Tower Lane against Jimmy Laughlin, and he goes red. Jimmy Laughlin is your winner and goes to the next round. All right, Tim Flynn. He's holding onto the bye run, but he's got to go against Chad Cannon to carry it around to the next round. Tim Flynn, Chad Cannon, box racers. All right, Chad Cannon against Tim Flynn. The winner of the finish line is Cannon. A breakout by Flynn. Chad Cannon runs right on. And Chad Cannon will go to the next round.
BJ Vangsas, thank you for taking us through that round. The live stream sounds perfect, Sedona. It is dialed in. We're kicking off some rust, though, in the tower. This is, of course, our first live stream of the 2020 season. And as always, a couple little snafus here and there. The live stream has been flawless, but the PA here at the track, that's had a little bit to desire. But we are working on it. We're getting it straightened out. And we'll have this thing in tip-top shape here before the end of eliminations today. What a round number one in no box. So a 004 package from one driver, 4,000 total pack. So you can tell packages like those on a day like today, $4,000 is the top prize, $10,000 tomorrow for the season finale for the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series. It is a long, cold winter ahead here in the Midwest, and drivers are leaving it all on the track here this weekend because, well, it's a long, cold winter to be sitting in the house thinking about what could have been. Hey, buybacks are available at the Blue Tent. The Blue Tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Swing on down, see Damien, see Camden. As buybacks are available at the Blue Tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Swing on down, buybacks are available. We were just talking about a long, cold winter. Don't live with regret of not buying back today because it will be a long winter in the Midwest, and this is the last bracket race of the 2020 season. So swing on down and get your buyback at the Blue Tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. See Camden, see Damien. They will be happy to serve you at the buyback tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. This is Super Pro Box at the starting line. Your first pair out. And I believe that this is Melissa Vincent doing the driving duties in the pickup truck. No. It is. It is Ricky Pena doing the driving duties, I understand. You'll have to get a confirmation so that we know for sure. We're going to go with what the computer says, and it says Ricky Pena is on the left-hand side, the GMC Sonoma pickup truck paired up with the Amazing Grace, Eric Grace on the right-hand side. Big head start for the pickup truck, and here comes the hard-charging Chevrolet Corvette of Eric Grace at the finish line. Breakout for Eric Grace by 1,000th of a second. He will go 4:46 with the 9 on the 4:47 dial-in. Ricky Pena, your winner on the GMC pickup truck, 6:73.2 on the 6:71 dial-in. 2 over the dial. Ricky, your winner over Eric Grace in the opening pair of Super Pro Box competition. Shane Pope and Jay Allen, 2 tough customers and 2 dragsters at the starting line. Pope in the tower side, 4:75 dial-in here to left-hand lane. Jay Allen, right-hand side, the division champion from 2019 in the right-hand lane with a 5:01 dial-in for Jay Allen. Oh, so carefully the drivers go through their staging procedure. They're off, they're running. Shane Pope is 009 at the Christmas tree, and he is your winner, going 2 over the dial-in. 4:77 on the 4:75 dial-in. Shane Pope is your winner left-hand side over Jay Allen. Allen closer to the dial-in, however, he was 50 on the tree, and that was enough to seal the deal for Shane Pope. The 009 reaction time, your winner to left-hand side. Craig Huss in a 2006 Racecraft chassis dragster left-hand side. Paired up with Tommy Pope and the Pontiac Firebird from Mount Morris, Illinois. Over 2 seconds, about 2.5 seconds, the handicap start for the Firebird. He is off, he is running. And here comes Craig Huss in the dragster from Wisconsin. And Winlet's going to go to the Pontiac. How about that? Right on the money, honey. Dead on 3. The Pontiac Firebird. takes out the dragster in the opening round here of Super Pro Box Competition. 006 light for the dragster on the left-hand side, but he cannot run the number. Tommy Pope, I should say, gets there first in the Pontiac Firebird and comes away the winner over the dragster. That will now bring up Colin Estes and Ed, the boss man, Bowsman. Bowsman on the right-hand side. The concrete finisher from Comanche, Iowa, with a 458 dial-in for Bowsman on the right-hand side. 510 the dial-in for Colin Estes, left-hand side. He was number 2 overall 1 year ago in the Big Bucks Bracket Batch Series and Super Pro competition. One position behind the champion, Scott LaBuddy, who was in competition this weekend. Estes on the left-hand side. Number 2 overall last year, the young gun from Rockford, Illinois, with a 510 dial-in. Bowsman, the wily veteran from Iowa, with a 458 dial-in right-hand lane. They are nearly identical at the Christmas tree and going dead on one. Dead on one. Ed Bowsman is your winner on the right-hand side. Picking up the win over Colin Estes. So Colin Estes in the dragster left-hand side. He will bow out here in round number 1. Here comes his father, Jeff Estes, left-hand lane. Driving the Pontiac Acadian from Rockford, Illinois. A 599 dial-in for Jeff Estes, left-hand lane. Paired up with Myron Street, the agitator. 68 model Chevrolet Camaro from St. Cloud, Minnesota. And the agitator's going to go red by just 1/1000th of a second. 001 red for Myron Street. Win light to Jeff Estes. Jeff Estes legs it out the back door. 595 on a 599 dial-in for Estes. Hey, a special report from the award-winning Dragway Diner. Chicken sandwiches are available at the diner while supplies last. While supplies last. Get your chicken sandwiches at the award-winning Dragway Diner while supplies last. They are delicious. They are juicy. They are tender. They are packed full of flavor. Swing on down. They will not last long. They will be gone, and once they're gone, that's it. Swing on down to the Dragway Diner. Chicken sandwiches are available while supplies last. Bruce Van Stratton and Anthony Lane. Win light's going to go to the right-hand side. Anthony Lane going dead on 6, getting the win. Bruce Van Stratton crosses the finish line first. Breaking out by 0.09 of a second. Anthony Lane moving on to round number 2. Your next pair, Mitchell Vincent and Super Bill Butisoff. The Buick Opal right-hand side from Naperville, Illinois. 636 dial-in. He will get the head start in the right-hand lane. Mitchell Vincent, a driver doing double duty this weekend. Here he is in the box entry. His dragster from St. Charles, Illinois. The Cal Wright sponsored dragster of Mitchell Vincent. And it appears that the box is not set right for Super Bill Butisoff. What a shame, because Butisoff was dead on 9, but dead late at the Christmas tree. Mitchell Vincent catches him rather quickly, as you might suppose. He'll go 506 on the 486 dial-in. Mitchell Vincent coasting through to the win. And it is just one Vincent after the other. Here comes Brent in the left-hand side. That'll be Mitchell's cousin in the Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side with a 616 dial-in. He is paired up with Brian Lynch in the right-hand lane. Lynch, the red and black dragster with a Bill Murray sticker affixed to it. 488 dial-in for Lynch, 616 dial-in for Brent Vincent, the hometown racer from Byron, Illinois. Left-hand side. Vincent is out front. Here comes Brian Lynch through the finish line. Win light to Brent Vincent by 0.09 of a second. He is your winner, going dead on 3. Brent Vincent, dead on 3, is your winner. Brian Lynch had the starting line advantage. He was double 0-2 at the Christmas tree. 2 over the dial in. Brent Vincent gets there first, gets the win. And here comes your next pair. DJ Matika in the left-hand side. Chevrolet Camaro with a 687 dial-in paired up with Derek Dignitz, the tool and die designer in the right-hand lane. Just under 2 seconds, the head start for the Camaro. Carefully, they stage their cars. Off and running, a pair of green lights. We've got ourselves a drag race. Matika's out front. Here comes Dignitz. Win light, Derek Dignitz. 13 on the tree, 3 over the dial-in. Derek Dignitz moving on to the next round. That'll bring up the... Well, no, that is not Ryan doing the driving duties. This is Scott McCann doing the driving duties this weekend. The family-owned Chevrolet Nova, left-hand side from Madison, Wisconsin. A 684 dial-in for Scott McCann. 528 dial-in for Dion Dignitz. In the right-hand side, the cheesemaker from Random Lake, Wisconsin. And a starting line advantage to Dion Dignitz. Check it out. He was double 0-1 at the starting line, dead on 3. 4,000 total package for Dion Dignitz as he gets the win on the right-hand side of the dragster. Scott McCann got there first. Breaks out, going 682.4 on the 684 dial-in. 4,000 total package for Dion Dignitz, getting the win in the right-hand side. And a win light to Brad Antonioni, going dead on 9, getting the win over Jeff Land. And a pair of dragsters. That pair, Brad Antonioni, is your winner. Coming up next, this is Greg Beach and Jeff Highland. Highland on the right-hand side. A 490 dial-in for Highland on the right-hand lane of Oswego, Illinois. Beautiful dragster. Debuted that car here 1 year ago. And they have been very competitive with it in their first full season. Racing that dragster, the right-hand side, that is Jeff Highland, a 490 dial-in. Greg Beach, 516 dial-in in the left-hand lane. And Jeff Highland going to go dead on 9, pick up the win on the right-hand side. Greg Beach had the starting line advantage. This one was in the bag for Beach. He got there first, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, give the win to Jeff Highland. And they are having a great debut season with that dragster for the Highland camp. Dan Kiken, Jeff Jones, pair of Wisconsin-based racers. Hey, a shout-out to the Pontillos. Tuned in and watching, as I believe it's Hurricane Delta having its way with the $1 million race down in Memphis, Tennessee this weekend. So shout out to Tony and Carla Pontillo from Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha, starter and alternator. Proud sponsors of last weekend's 26th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships. Stay safe, stay dry. Hopefully you guys get to racing soon. But thank you for tuning in to Byron Dragway TV. 008 reaction time for Jeff Jones. He will get the win on the right-hand side over Dan Kike. One over the dial. Jeff Jones is your winner. Dan Kike got there first. Breaks out by 7th out. Jeff Jones with the 008 reaction time. Controlled that race from the starting line. Top to bottom, inside and out, there is not a surface on this car that is not painted, polished, or chromed. Greg Rouleau, the Pro Charge dragster from Menominee, Michigan, one of the fastest entries of the day. 420 is the dial-in. Yes, you read that right. 420 the dial-in for Greg Rouleau. Going to give a second head start to Christine Malik, the mother of 3 in the Bantam Altered from Beloit, Wisconsin. Christine is out front, and here comes the hard-charging dragster of Greg Rouleau. Double breakout, win line to Christine Malik. Rouleau breaks out by 3 thou. Christine Malik by 1,000th of a second. Malik, the lesser of the 2 breakouts. She is your winner on the right-hand side, Christine Malik. And how about Rouleau? 164 miles per hour, his top speed in the 8th mile. And believe it or not, that is not the top speed of the day today. That does currently belong to Mad Mark Krupa. And, of course, Mark Krupa and his wife Lisa celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary at Byron Dragway this weekend. Happy anniversary to the Krupas. Tim Vincent and Brandon Phillips. Pair of young gun racers at the starting line. 521 dial-in for Phillips on the right-hand side. He will get a slight head start. Vincent, the CPA from St. Charles, Illinois, going to try to reel him in. Identical 18 reaction times, and both drivers go dead on the dial-in. All right, so this one is a wash at the starting line. Identical 18 reaction times. Vincent goes dead on 6. Phillips goes dead on 2. You can do the math on that one. 4th out the difference on their dial-ins. Brendan Phillips is your winner on the right-hand side by 4th out with the stripe. And they do not come too much closer than that. Phillips getting the win over Tim Vincent. That'll now bring up Dennis DiValerio, the 6-figure man of the Supercharged dragster left-hand side. A 449 dial-in for DiValerio. Going to give a head start, almost 2 seconds, to the Corvette of Tim Folker from Freeport, Illinois. And this one is over at the start. Red light to Tim Folker. Win light to Dennis DiValerio. 450 with 1 on the 449 dial-in. The 6-figure man advances into round number 2. Next up, the aircraft mechanic. That is Jim Oliver. And a very sharp, very clean 66 Chevy 2 from beautiful downtown New Lenox, Illinois, right on the I-80 corridor in the shadows of Route 66 Raceway. Josh Goik in the right-hand side, the black dragster with the purple roll cage from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. 478 dial-in for Goik in the right-hand side. 560 dial-in for Jim Oliver, left-hand lane. A reminder, 5 miles per hour in the pits. It is 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. At all times, 5 miles per hour in the pits. Jim Oliver, Josh Goike headed down track right now. Starting line advantage goes to Oliver. Win light to Oliver. 561-2 and the 560 dial-in. Picking up the win of the door car against the dragster, Josh Goike. Brian Yeomans in his first race, I do believe, for the 2020 season at Byron Dragway. He's got the green dragster left-hand side, paired up with the veteran racer, Monty Fisher. One of the best in the business at the starting line on the right-hand side is Monty Fisher. And this is a very close one at the Christmas tree. This could go either way at the finish line. Win light to Monty Fisher. Dead on 3. She gets the win on the right-hand side. For the veteran driver. Spent many a years on a motorcycle. In many a years now in this dragster. For Monty Fisher, your winner in the right-hand lane. And coming up next, the boutique owner from WaveAve.com. That is Chelsea Simpson in the right-hand lane. Racing the 2010 model Chevrolet Camaro from right here, just across the river in Byron, Illinois. 665 dial-in for Chelsea Simpson to the right-hand side. 479 dial-in for Bruce Cole on the left-hand side, all the way from Okeechobee, Florida. So not quite 2 seconds. The handicap start for Simpson. Tree comes down. She's off and running. Red light start for Simpson. Win light to Bruce Cole. The dragster going to get the win, going 477 on the 479 dial-in. Simpson is red. Bruce Cole advancing into round number 2. Well, the report from down in Memphis is they're calling for about 2 inches of rain today as Hurricane Delta continues on inland. Hopefully they get things dried up down there in Memphis, but thanks to all of our racers tuning in to watch on Byron Dragway TV, the live stream. The live coverage is presented by Autoland Outlets, the official car dealer of Byron Dragway. Thank you for bringing back Byron Dragway TV, the first live stream of the 2020 season. Wow, this is one of the best races of the day so far. Scotty Haas and Corey Pavicic. And the win light's going to go to Scotty Haas. 001 reaction time. He is 2 over the dial and going to come away the winner. Both drivers 2 over the dial. Scotty Haas 001, Corey Pavicic 009. Very good race. Scotty Haas, left-hand side, coming away the winner. That'll bring up now Mike Antonioni and Brad Maxwell. Maxwell, the 1978 Chevrolet Malibu from Davenport, Iowa. He's on the right-hand side. Antonioni, the purple dragster from Rubicon, Wisconsin. And this now is one of the closest races of the day. They just get better and better each and every time. 007 reaction time, dead on 0. Mike Antonioni, your winner, left-hand side with a 7,000 package. Picking up the win over the Malibu of Brad Maxwell. That'll now bring up Kevin Robertson and Aaron Schott. Robertson, not the low dial-in of the day today. Those honors at this point go to Greg Rouleau, of course. Of course, Madamark Krupa is yet to run this round. So nothing to snuff your nose at. 431 the dial-in for Kevin Robertson. Wow. Wow, that is fast, if not for Mad Mark and Greg Rouleau. This would probably be the low ET car of the day today. Robertson left-hand side. And Aaron Schott in the right-hand lane. Beautiful wheels up launch for Aaron Schott. Standing it on the bumper, but Kevin Robertson will get the win at the finish line. Aaron Schott was definitely there for a great photo opportunity. But that would be the highlight of the round for him as Kevin Robertson turns on the win light. Going 432.9 on the 431 dial-in. As Aaron Schott gets there first, he breaks out. Robertson, who represented Byron Dragway at the Race of Champions at Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis for the NHRA North Central Division Finals just about a month ago. Nick Gaines and John Schober coming up next. Schober on the right-hand side, the real estate agent from Orland Park, Illinois. And Nick Gaines, a racer that got down to the final round in the Firecracker Bracket Nationals a couple of years ago. Was doing that in a door car. Here he is in a short wheelbase dragster left-hand side from Albert Lea, Minnesota. 469 dial-in for Nick Gaines. And Gaines will go red by 5,000 at the starting line. Give the win to John Schober, the real estate agent. Knows exactly how much real estate to take at the finish line. Not going to have to exercise his top-end driving duties this time. Gains his red. Schober moving on to the next round. Joe Kerner and Jeff Larson Sr., your next pair. Larson of Beloit, Wisconsin, a 5:45 dial into the right-hand lane. Joe Kerner, and probably his first, maybe second race of the 2020 season of Byron Dragway from Coon Rapids, Minnesota. So, did I tell you about the raccoon incident yesterday? I'd say, well, that should go on the internet. I might upload that later on. I'll tell you all about it here in just a minute. But coming up right now, Jeff Larson gonna miss the tree. And Joe Kerner will come away the winner on the left-hand side, 497 on a 493 dial-in. Well, yesterday, Sedona, I'm out here bright and early, 6 in the morning, putting out parking signs, getting things set up for all of our reserved VIP parking spaces for the racers. And I'm probably about 2/3 of the way through the job, and I get to the Williamson pit over here, putting out Brett and Larry Williamson's parking sign. And the trash can right at the head of the staging lanes is shaking. The trash can is literally, visibly rocking from one side to the other. And it wasn't the wind, I can assure you that. David Bones Johnston on the left-hand side, and the Oldsmobile Cutlass in the right-hand lane, a driver not on file. Johnson, a former king of the track at Byron Dragway, and a Mustang left-hand side. And a very close race. Win line's going to go to the Oldsmobile Cutlass on the right-hand side. David Bones Johnson will break out, and the Cutlass will advance into the next round. Blank Vanksness and Scott Labuddy will be your next pair. Labuddy on the right-hand side, champion from 1 year ago. Blank Vanksness, the recent high school graduate, in the Nova left-hand lane. So anyway, I know full well that the wind is not blowing this trash can around, and it's definitely not a mouse. So like anybody else in 2020, I grab my phone and I carefully walk over there and I hold the phone over the trash can. I'm not about to get my face ripped off by a raccoon. It could be rabid. But it was right by the fence, so this raccoon scaled the fence, crawled into the can. Well, it was in the middle of the week. The trash cans are empty. There was not enough trash for him to climb out of there. So they're nocturnal animals. He might have just crawled in there and slept all night, woke up and said, how am I going to get out of here? It was like a raccoon in the movie The Hangover, waking up trying to put together the pieces of what happened the night before. So I kindly tipped the can over, let him out, and I had a camera set up, Sedona, and he ran right at the camera. It was great footage. It was just like something you'd see Steve Irwin do down in Australia years and years ago. Blake Vanksness and Scott Labuddy give the win to Blake Vanksness. How about that by 3 down at the finish line? Blake Vanksness. 008 reaction time. 1 over the dial, and Scott Labuddy right-hand side is dead on 9, but left a little bit too much at the starting line. And Blake Vanksness, the teenager, takes out the champion in round number 1. So anyway, we've got a box outside of the tower where all the conduit runs out of the tower into all the timing equipment. And everything's very well secured in there, but it is still a pit that's been there since the 60s. And just big enough that a raccoon could fit into it. So we rescue him from the trash can, and then he finds himself taking shelter, seeking refuge in this nice, cold, cool, dark pit. A red line start for Kevin Swartz. Win light to Mike Hobson on the right-hand side. Hobson, how about that? 10 on 6, your winner on the right-hand side. So I take the lid off the pit. We put a chair in there so he can crawl out. I'm not sure what way he got out of there, but I think he was just looking to take a nap. You know, they're nocturnal animals. He wanted to probably sleep it off and crawl out in his comfort, and he did so, fortunately. But all just to think that a racer from Coon Rapids, Minnesota, inspired this story from yesterday. People think the best stuff happens out here on the weekends. Truthfully, the weekdays is like a reality show out here. All right, Ken Kendall and Mike Schlater back to drag racing. Schlater on the right-hand side. The old 442 from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. A 658 dial-in for the wheel standing Oldsmobile. He is off. He is running. And at the finish line, he will not get the win. Ken Kendall coming away the winner left-hand side. 2 over the dial-in. Kendall is your winner. Steve Klotz, this is the poster car for this weekend, the car that is featured on the flyer for the Fall Bracket Nationals. The hard-launching Chevrolet Vega left-hand side from Waterloo, Wisconsin. That is Steve Klotz. He won't carry the tires real high necessarily, but he'll carry it to just past the Christmas tree each and every time. He is paired up with Adam Sweet, a newcomer to Super Pro this year. Driving a car that won the championship 1 year ago when driven by Scott Labuddy. So the car is a proven winner. The driver himself is competitive as a rookie this year. But the win line is going to go to the poster child, Steve Klotz. The car on the flyer gets the win, 580 with the 3 and the 579 dial-in. Klotz comes away the winner in the left-hand lane. DK and DK at the starting line. Doug Cruz, left-hand side. Dale Cooter in the right-hand lane. Doug and Dale. 2 salt-of-the-earth racers at the starting line, headed on track. And the win's going to go to the racer from Valparaiso, Indiana. That is Dale Cooter in the Pontiac Firebird. 525 and a 524 dial-in. Dale Cooter is your winner over Doug Cruz. Machine Gun Kelly Spears coming up at the starting line, left-hand side. He was a participant here last weekend. The 26th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. I believe he was a finalist in Pro Dominator, was not the winner, however, so he is looking to go another round further here this weekend. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with Rob Livingston in the right-hand lane, a 509 dial-in for Livingston. 607 dial-in for Kelly Spears. Spears has got both bulbs on. Here comes Livingston. Clean green, away they go. This one could go either way at the finish line. Scoreboard says Livingston. Livingston is your winner, dead on 3 for the Camaro right-hand side. Taking out Kelly Spears in the opening round. I do not have this one on file. That is a Top Sportsman entry, however, in the Pontiac Firebird right-hand side with a 451 dial-in. No test to tune this weekend, so he is jumping into Super Pro. And he is racing Wendell Curley. Curley in the Camaro left-hand side. The Top Sportsman entry reeling him in, and he will get the win. 463 on the 451 dial-in entry. Came here for test and tune. There is no test and tune this weekend, so he's got a Super Pro entry, and he is going into round number 2. How about that? And here is your new lowest dial car of the weekend so far. John Davis Jr. from Dunkerton, Iowa. Yes, you are reading that right. Mr. Simpson, 418 the dial-in. For the heavy equipment operator from Dunkerton, Iowa, that is John Davis Jr. My computer tells me that he's a teacher, but he is not a teacher. We were corrected of that a couple of weeks ago. Heavy equipment operator. Not just heavy equipment, but powerful equipment, as you can see at the starting line. Paired up with Joe Hansen, the software technician from Williams Bay, Wisconsin. Newly retired, I understand, in the Monza right-hand side. Red light start for John Davis Jr. Check that one out. 417 with a 6, 169 miles per hour for John Davis Jr. He's red at the starting line. That's going to give the win to Mr. Hansen on the right-hand side. He'll advance into round number 2. Well, a short wheelbase dragster left-hand side, a driver that is not on file. We will have to dig up that tech card. Pretty cool to see so many new cars here this weekend. He is paired up with Mike Ballard of Yorkville, Illinois. And the Pontiac Firebird of the 528 Dylan. Slight head start to the Firebird. And he's going to try to extend that head start, but doing so, he goes red. Giving the win to the dragster left-hand side. 511 on the 512 Dylan. The shorty dragster gets the win in the left-hand lane. Coming up now, a former Fall Bracket Nationals champion. He took home a $10,000 payday about 4 years ago now. Been doing a lot of work to the car. You can see all new fiberglass doors, fenders, deck lid, hood. And really tuning the car up and speeding it up. He was a 10-second car racing quarter mile out here 4 years ago. Now he's got it well into the 9s. A 622 Dylan here in the 8th mile for Jim Zink on the left-hand side. The Chevy 2 that has won this prestigious event several years ago. Paired up with Frank Solfin on the right-hand side. The beautiful 72 Plymouth Duster from Naperville, Illinois. At least 3 racers from Naperville today. Very cool to see. Win light's going to go to Jim Zink in the Chevy 2. He is 2 over the Dylan, and he will get the win. 624 on the 622 Dylan. Jim Zink, your winner, left-hand side over Frank Solfin. Solfin got there first. He had the starting line advantage, but breaks out by just 1/1000th of a second. Wow. Rich Engelbert, a top sportsman entry from 1 weekend ago. The show and tell. Chevrolet Camaro from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 463 Dylan for Engelbert. 506 to Dylan for the drags from the right-hand side, all the way from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Gary Siedschlag, right-hand lane. Not often is a door car quicker than the dragster, but that is the case right here. The dragster will leave first. A 463 Dylan for the door car of Rich Engelbert. Very close race off the starting line. This one could go either way. At the finish line, Rich Engelbert. 1 over the Dylan is your winner on the left-hand side. The dragster got there first. Gary Siedschlag breaks out by 11th down. Rich Engelbert coming away the winner on the left-hand side. A red line for Laura Stewart, Ryan Fasano. We picked up a $10,000 win a couple of weeks ago. Going to get the win right here. 474 on the 477 Dylan for Ryan Fasano. Eric Pavicic and Rick Susak. Pavicic, a journeyman lineman, normally dispatched all across the country, helping out with power outages. He may be headed down to the south with Hurricane Delta having made landfall. A red light start for Pavicic by 0.03 of a second. Rick Susak, how about that? Dead on 4. Coming away the winner on the right-hand side for the racer all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I tell you what, you put the money out there, the racers will come out. 10 grand to win tomorrow, and it is drawing the racers from all over the country. Andy Rucker and Mike Bonebright at the starting line. Bonebright right-hand side. The seasoned racer from Rochelle, Illinois, the hub city. On the right-hand side, a 4.96 dial-in for Bonebright. Andy Rucker, left-hand side, the college student from just down the road in Leaf River, Illinois. A 003 reaction time for Mike Bonebright. He will get there first, but he will break out. And Andy Rucker will come away the winner, going dead on 8 in the dragster left-hand side. Well, there he is. That is the car that will be your low dial-in of the day today, without a shadow of a doubt. This is Mad Mark Krupa, the supercharged front-engine dragster from Elgin, Illinois. 401 the dial-in for Krupa on the left-hand side. He and his wife, Lisa, celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary this weekend at Byron Dragway. 401 dial-in for Krupa. Paired up with Brett Williamson, a driver. Driving a borrowed car here in box. He is double entered in no box with his 57 Chevy in box here in a Ford Thunderbird. Versatile, talented driver. He'll hop in just about anything and race it. And he's got his hands full racing against Mad Mark Krupa here in the opening round. Close race. Win light's going to go to Mad Mark Krupa at the finish line. Wow, 005 reaction time for Mad Mark. 007 line for Brett Williamson in a borrowed car. Mad Mark gets there first, works the throttle. He'll go 406 and a 401 dial-in, getting the win over the always tough, the always competitive, the very talented Brett Williamson. So once again, a happy anniversary to Mark and Lisa Krupa, celebrating 35 years of marriage this weekend at Byron Dragway. Hey, we are ready for round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. Round 2, Super Pro No Box, we are ready for you. We're looking for our buybacks. Buybacks to the lanes, please. Buybacks. Buybacks in round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. Left lane 4 and 5, right lane 6 and 7, left lane 4 and 5, right lane 6 and 7. Super Pro No Box buybacks. Left lane 4 and 5, right lane 6 and 7. Super Pro No Box buybacks. Buybacks at this time. Left lane 4 and 5, right lane 6 and 7. Potential buy in round number 2 of Super Pro No Box is Mark Wicker, L305. L305. Mark Wicker, potential buy in round 2 of Super Pro No Box. A little extra attention to the starting line following Mad Mark Krupa's front-engine dragster. Picked up the round win right there over Brett Williamson. Coming up next, Jeremy Fangsness and Dominic Bowden. Bowden picked up a $5,000 win earlier this year in a Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series. He's in the dragster right-hand side. Fangsness, one of the hardest launching door cars in competition, will leave with that thing with the front tires up in the air. His son, Blake, already got a big round win earlier today against the champion from 1 year ago. The teenager took out the champion in round number 1. That was Blake Fangsness. And now comes his father, Jeremy, against Dominic Bowden. This will be a good matchup. So track owner BJ down there attending to the starting line area, making sure things are in tip-top shape for all of our racers. Not just today, not just this weekend, but every day, every weekend. For about the past 47 years, he has been an absolute staple, an absolute figure here at the playground of power. Dominic Bowden, long smoky burn out of the dragster right-hand side of the 468 dial-in for Bowden. Jeremy Vangsness, a 560 dial-in for the Super Sport Nova from Rockford, Illinois. His father, Doug, looking on. His son, Blake, at the starting line as well. Bowden joined at the starting line by wife Ann and son Braden. That is the beauty of NHRA drag racing, such a family sport, such a family atmosphere. It's not just the racers, it is the entire family that is committed to making these things happen. So Vangsness to the left-hand side, Bowden in the right-hand lane. We are nearly through with the opening round of Super Pro Box. Beautiful wheels up launch for Vangsness. But Dominic Bowden will get the win on a double breakout, 467.9 on the 468 dial-in. Bowden is your winner over Jeremy Vangsness. A second call looking for our no box buybacks. No box buybacks, second call. Second call, no box buybacks to the lanes, please. That is a lot of bacon, Mr. Vincent. Up here sharing a story about a wild hog that he hunted down in the wilderness of the Great Plains. A story that I look forward to hearing more about. Gary Wood gets the win over Jay Allen in that pair. Allen uncharacteristically in the left-hand lane, but that's what happens late in these rounds. Lane choice sometimes goes out the window once you wait till the end of a round. Josh Genske and Mike Pavicic at the start of the line. Pavicic, one of three Pavicics in competition this weekend. And I think so far they are 0 for 2 in the opening round. Don't quote me on that. But Mike looking to change the fortunes for the Pavasiches here in the opening round. Paired up with Josh Genske of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And a red line start for Mike Pavasich. Genske will come away the winner. 498 on the 497 dial-in. Josh Genske will advance into round number 2. And this is our final pair in the opening round of Super Pro box competition. Bill Curtis Sr. and Greg Antonioni. Antonioni. A new car, new combination. That is a Pro Charged dragster of Greg Antonioni. Don't know that he's made a full pass in the car or not. I'm not sure the history of the car entirely. But he kind of sold everything, started over halfway through the year this year. 435 the dial-in for Greg Antonioni. In a car that did not make a run earlier today, had an issue on the burnout. So kind of going into this round blind on the right-hand side against Bill Curtis Sr. The potential buy coming into this round. And the win line's going to go to Bill Curtis Sr. on a double breakout, coming away the winner in the left-hand lane. These are the buybacks. This is round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. Steve Kafer and a driver that is not yet on file on the right-hand side. Jimmy, look at all the new cars that are here today. The 10 grand are definitely pulling out some new ones. The one not on file is actually going to advance here in this round. Kafer goes red by 7 thou, and the new entry on the right-hand side will be back for round number 3. So these are the buybacks. This is round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. James Sibley and the Chevy Monza, the Nostalgia Pro Stock entry from Chillicothe, Illinois, a 585 dial-in for Sibley on the left-hand side. Paired up with Dan Gary, the Plymouth Duster from Oak Forest, Illinois. And this one here is a toss-up at the starting line. And it could go either way at the finish line. Dead on 9. Win light to Dan Gary. Gary, your winner in the right-hand side. Ricky Pena and Siobhan Warner. Pena, the points leader coming in today. If he shows up early in this round, that means one thing and one thing only. He is a buyback. He is no longer earning points at this time. He is kind of in defense mode. Can he take out some of the hitters? Can he take out some of the drivers that might threaten his points championship? That is the task ahead for Ricky Pena in the AMX. Left-hand side, a 645 dial-in for Ricky. Giving a head start to Siobhan Warner. Warner giving it his all, but it gives a little too much. He goes red by 001 on the right-hand side. Ricky Pena comes away the winner right here. 641 on the 645 dial-in. Well, here's a new entry, a Ford Mustang on the right-hand side. The drag radial tire on it. 8 flat, the dial-in for the Mustang. He is facing the Maverick of Don Schomer. And Schomer will have his way this time. 613 on the 611 dial-in. Schomer, 007, James Bond Green. He will get the win left-hand side. Next up is Bob Dish, a driver that was competing last weekend in the 26th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. He was in the Street Limited 1080 Heads-Up Index. He's in the Chevrolet Vega wagon left-hand side from Verona, Wisconsin. Bob Dish with a 678 dial-in. Paired up with Todd Hone all the way from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma on the right-hand side. Hone, car kind of lurched on him there. Almost as though he was fidgety or something. The car will go dead on 7, but he misses the tree. Bob Dish comes away the winner. 678 with an 8 on the 678 dial-in. Dead on 8. Bob Dish, your winner in the left-hand lane. Tim Flynn, who had a perfect light earlier today. He was trip zip green in the one and only time trial session for Super Pro No Box. He's in the left-hand side, and he will get the win over Mike Cole. A pair of drivers that are regular competitors in the Pro Eliminator category. Red light for Cole, win light for Tim Flynn on the left-hand side, going dead on 9 in the CUDA from Naperville. Tim Flynn advancing into the next round. Dave Elliott and Zach Manasiri. Manasiri on the right-hand side, the young gun from Orland Park, Illinois. The 1991 Chevrolet S10 pickup truck. 622 the dial-in for Manasiri on the right-hand side. Dave Elliott, a 704 dial-in for the beautiful Chevelle from Appleton, Wisconsin. 68 model Chevelle. 705 dial-in. Wow, that car is just mint. There's not a speck of dust on it anywhere. And Manasiri appears to have this one under control. Yes, he does. Starting line advantage for Manasiri. And he gets the win. This is Larry Williamson driving a borrowed pickup truck. Left-hand side, an S10 pickup. The blue car, left-hand side. Paired up with Richard Mason in the Buick from Winnebago, Illinois. A 674 dial-in for Mason on the right-hand side. 664 the dial-in for Larry Williamson in the pickup truck. Clean green, away they go, and this one could go either way at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Richard Mason by 0.006 of a second. 675 on the 674 dial-in. Mason a little bit better at the Christmas tree. Williamson goes dead on 6, but 0.06 the margin of victory for Richard Mason. Pair of Fox Body Ford Mustangs at the starting line. Fred Fragan and Johnny Robinson, the excavator, right-hand side. A 663 dial-in for Johnny Robinson. Fred Fragan, well, he's got his car appropriately decaled for the Fall Bracket Nationals. Looks like a giant pumpkin at the starting line. Whoa, hold on to it. Hold on to it, Fred. That car is sideways. That car is sideways at the 200-foot mark. And that run was as scary as the jack-o'-lantern on the side of Fred Fragan's Mustang. Car was skating around out there. Chief starter Jeff Spearling motions to the crew, motions to the racers, pop your helmets off as Looks like he's got fluid on the track. That's what he was skating around in. He'll bring the car to a halt at just about the 8th mile mark, just across the finish line, it looks like from here. So he pulls it outside the groove, brings it to a stop at about the 8th mile. But it looks like he was in his own fluid just past the Christmas tree. So we're going to... Sounds like tranny fluid is the report on the starting line, so we're going to jump on that, start to get this cleaned up and restored. Fortunately, Fred Fragan held onto the car. He had it kicked out sideways and fishtailing around. So we will go on hold here for a few minutes, tend to the track, get it all cleaned up. Fortunately, Fred Fragan held onto the car. It's definitely stepped out on him. Had it sideways at about the 200-foot mark, rolled out of the throttle, brought it to a stop just past the 8th mile. Tranny fluid is the report on the track, so we'll get that cleaned up. And resume round at number 2 of No Box here as soon as possible, keeping things moving. As we got a lot of race cars here today, $4,000 to award, and a sunset somewhere around 6:30 p.m. this evening. So we're going to keep things moving and keep this cleanup going and get things started again as soon as possible. But we will go on hold here temporarily and keep you posted. Well, this is as good a time as any to swing on down to the Dragway Diner. In limited supply, chicken sandwiches. That is the special item on the menu. And I myself took advantage of this brief moment of downtime to scarf one down. It's not because I was in a hurry to get back on the microphone. It's because I couldn't stop. What was it? Was it Jay's Chips? You can't have just one. You can't just have one bite of that chicken sandwich because before you know it, the whole thing is gone and you're nibbling on your fingers. So swing on down and pick up a chicken sandwich while supplies last. They are delicious. They are tender, they are juicy, they are packed full of flavor. Swing on down. That is the special this Saturday while supplies last. So the track crew continues to restore the left lane after a bit of fluid put down from the Fred Fragan car. Fortunately, he held on to it. Kept the car shiny side up, did not contact the wall or anything. Very appropriate. That orange Mustang had a big pumpkin on the side of it. A scary car and a scary ride for Fred Fragan, but fortunately a heads-up job of driving. A talented racer. He was on the wheel, and he wrestled it back under control. And so as soon as we get the track cleaned up and ready to go, we will resume this round number 2 of Super Pro No Box as soon as possible. So hang tight. The track crew is working feverishly to get things restored and back to going so we can resume round number 2 here in very short order. So stand by. We are getting things cleaned up and ready to go. Well, a progress report. The cleanup is done. Now we're just putting the finishing touches on the prep work, getting things restored and prepped and ready to go. So the cleanup is done, and now we're going to drag and put a light spray back on the area that we have cleaned, and we'll be ready to resume round number 2 of No Box here in just short order. So we are still in the buybacks here in round number 2 of No Box, but we are working feverishly, working at a very high pace to get things restored and ready to resume as soon as possible. So hang tight for a few more minutes as we will be putting a spray on here soon, and we'll be ready to resume round 2 in just a few minutes. We will take our No Box winners. No Box winners, left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Super Pro No Box, round number 2. We're looking for the round 1 winners, please. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. We will take the winners from round number 1 of No Box. To the lanes, please, for round number 2. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11, please. When we go to do round number 2 of box, since we've got so many box cars today and they are a longer wheelbase, many of the dragsters, we'll use our normal lanes, so that means left lane will be 4, 5, 6, 7, right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11 for the buybacks, and then once we get through the buybacks, we'll call the winners. But there's no way we can fit all of them into 4 lanes, so we're going to use our normal left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7, right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Once we call round 2 of our box class buybacks. We're not calling you right now, just giving you a little heads up how we're going to call you. But at this time, we are looking for round number 2. No Box winners, left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11, please. And looking for Mark Wicker, L305. L305, Mark Wicker, you are potential buy this round. To staging lane number 3, please. Hey, how about some good news? The track is ready to go. Track owner BJ Banks is out there inspecting things one more time, making sure things are in tip-top shape, and we are looking good for round number 2 to resume here in Super Pro No Box. So track owner BJ Banks will hop the wall. Jeff Spearling gives the drivers the signal, and we are ready to burn out for Troy Bakey and Bob Moeller to resume this round number 2 of eliminations. These are the buybacks still in round 2 of Super Pro No Box. Troy Bakey and Bob Moeller. A long-awaited matchup. They had just done their burnouts, or were just about to do their burnouts for that matter, when Fred Fragan had a tranny leak, got the car sideways, and that brought things to a halt. But the track is restored. We are ready to resume. Troy Bakey's in the left-hand side, Bob Moeller in the right-hand lane. Almost heads up, 6:23 for Bakey, 6:22 for Bob Moeller. And a red light start for Bakey. Give this one to Bob Moeller. 004 reaction time. He will break out. 6:21.5 on the 6:22 dial-in. Troy Bakey. Wow, he was dead on 0, but red at the starting line. And here comes our next pair. Troy Bogner and Alex Kemp. Kemp in the right-hand side, the Ford Mustang. A pair of drivers that are regulars normally at Route 66 Raceway in Joliet, Illinois. Bogner has got the front end really tied down on this car. He stood it on the bumper, not at this track, but another earlier this summer, came down hard. I mean, he carried the front tires at least 200 or 300 feet on the bumper. So he's got to tone it down just a bit. And it's working just fine. Dead on 7 for Troy Bogner, picking up the win against Alex Kemp. Kemp will break out. Bogner advancing into round number 3. Mike Southwick and Fred Berardi Jr. Berardi Jr. on the right-hand side, a 6:49 dial-in for the Camaro. From Hanover Park, Illinois, his opponent from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. That car is owned by Rick Robertson, driven by Mike Southwick. Wow, check out the metallic. Check out the metal flake in that paint job. That car sparkles in the left-hand side. And through the finish line, win light's going to go to the Chevelle. Mike Southwick, left-hand side. 6:18 on the 6:15 dial-in. He is your winner in the left-hand lane. And that'll now bring up a driver we do not have on file right now. So in Malibu on the left-hand side, with a 683 dial-in, he is paired up with a young lady from Winnebago, Illinois. That is Cameron Mason, a $30,000 champion here from just over 1 year ago. In the Camaro right-hand side, they are off, they are running. Mason with a starting line advantage. She will get there first. She will break out the Malibu left-hand lane. Goes dead on 4 and will get the win over Cameron Mason. That now brings up Mr. Sunshine, Bill Swarm, in the 61 model Chevrolet Covert, left-hand side, a 671 dial-in for Swarm. Paired up with Lee Butler. Butler in the Camaro from Carroll Stream, Illinois, an 865 dial-in for Lee Butler. And Bill Swarm's going to go red by 2 thousandths of a second. Win light's going to go to Lee Butler, 793 on the 865 dial. And I do not know that Butler has been here all day today. I think that he just unloaded off the trailer, bought his entry, bought his buyback, and that may well be his first hit down the track today. And what a blessing for him. He got a red light against him because that car was about half a second quicker than he dialed it in at. Bill Curtis Jr. Bill Curtis Jr. and Brennan Wheats. A pair of Chevrolets. Wheats is out front. Here comes Bill Curtis Jr. Wow, this one is nearly identical at the starting line and at the finish line. Double breakout, Bill Curtis Jr. coming away the winner. Going 5.88.4 in the 5.90 dial-in. Bill Curtis Jr. Your winner over Brennan Wheats. Jeff Woods and Norm Wheats, your next pair. Pair of drivers from Iowa. Wheats in the pickup truck, Woods in the Nova. A red light start for Jeff Woods. Norm Wheats will be back for round number 3 in Super Pro No Box. On the 668 dial-in, Norm Wheats will go 667.8 on the 668 dial-in. Here comes your next pair. Frank Valencia and Jesse Albright. Albright in an absolute mint Mustang from Montgomery, Illinois, with a 684 dialer to the right-hand side. Paired up with the quick Pontiac Firebird, that is Frank Valencia for the 8-team speed shop. In the classic hot rod paint job, black Firebird. Red hot flames in the front. And a red light for Jesse Albright. This one's going to go in favor of Frank Valencia. He'll go 611 on a 614 dial-in. Albright will click it off early. Oh, a final call for our no box round number 2 winners. Final call, round 2 no box winners. You should be in the lanes. You should be in the lanes, please. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Spencer Kroll in the Camaro, right-hand side, a 687 dial-in. He will need to practice some patience here. There is a big head start on the left-hand side for the Thunderbird. That is Steve Roscoe in the Thunderbird. Both drivers will keep it green. Spencer trying to get there. Spencer gets there. He breaks out. Steve Roscoe from Winnebago, Illinois will get the win in the Thunderbird. He goes 9 to 10 on the 907 dial-in. 11 on the tree. 3 over the dial-in. He will advance into round number 3 for Steve Roscoe. The Dodge Demon. This is Dan Smith from St. Louis, Missouri. He was the 2008 World Power Wheel Standing Champion. He is in the left-hand side. Was in the wheel stand contest last Sunday and is doing some big money bracket racing here this weekend. Paired up with Jeremy Bausman, the $100,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals from 2019. Bausman in the pickup truck. Dan Smith in the Demon. Not only does Dan Smith do good wheelies, but he has also got himself a very competitive hot rod. 619 on the 621 dial-in, double breakout. Dan Smith in the Demon will advance into round number 3 over a former Firecracker Bracket Nationals champion, Jeremy Bausman. And that'll bring up another star-studded matchup. This is Chris Wicker and Steve Marquis. Marquis on the right-hand side. The very clean 62 Chevy 2 from Comanche, Iowa, in the right-hand lane. Under the watchful eye of his wife, Bobby Marquis. Wicker, left-hand side, the 2019 Pro Eliminator Track Champion from Machesney Park, Illinois. Big matchup here in round number 2. These are the winners. These are the winners in round number 2. And a double 0-2 reaction time for Chris Wicker. The entire Wicker camp is high-fiving at the starting line as their driver just put together a run. Marquis breaks out by just 0.03 of a second. Wicker is your winner in the left-hand lane. Got to bring up Mark Rosenbaum and Ray Smith. Ray Smith on the right-hand side. The Mopar 69 model Dodge Coronet RT from Rockford, Illinois. A 631 to dial in for Smith. 596 to dial in for Rosenbaum in the Corvette. Smith is out front. Here comes the Corvette of Rosenbaum at the finish line. Double breakout. Give the win to Mark Rosenbaum. The Corvette is the lesser of the two breakouts. So the driver from Stoughton, Wisconsin, Mark Rosenbaum, will be back in round number 3. All the drivers right now, they continue to collect points as they won the first round. And they are still alive in competition here for round number 2. Mitchell Vincent and Mike Miller coming up next. Miller on the right-hand side was racing in Pro Dominator 1 weekend ago. At the World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts, a 590 dial-in for Miller on the right-hand side. 581 dial-in for Mitchell Vincent on the left-hand side. Staged up and away they go. Miller struggled at the starting line. Mitchell Vincent pounces on the opportunity. He gets the win, 585 on the 581 dial-in. He has the starting line advantage. He gets the win on the left-hand side, Mitchell Vincent. And now brings up Kip Norup from Leaf River, Illinois. The 1997 Ford Thunderbird left-hand side of the 635 dial-in. He'll give a slight head start to the Mopar man, John Holly from beautiful downtown Marengo, Illinois. The Mopar's out front. Here comes the Thunderbird at the finish line, John Holly. John Holly is your winner, 655 and a 654 dial-in. Norup was dead on 7. John Holly has the starting line advantage, and he comes away the winner. That'll bring up now Mike Potnick and Scott Pickford. Pickford, the 64 Chevelle from Sterling, Illinois. He is a retired school teacher with the 693 dial-in. Mike Potnick hasn't raced for 2 years. This race 2 years ago was the last time we saw Mike Potnick in the 73 Scout from Oregon, Illinois. And at the finish line, Mike Potnick has not missed a beat. He is 2 for 2 in elimination so far today, going dead on 1. 709-1 and the 709 dial-in. Mike Potnick getting the win over Scott Pickford. So it's been 2 years since we've seen Mike Potnick on track, and already he's gone 2 rounds today. He has not missed a beat. Mark Nedesheim and Grant Zimmerman coming up next. 2 tough customers. This may well be the marquee matchup of round number 2 in Super Pro No Box. Nedesheim, left-hand side. He was your number 1 no boxer from 1 year ago in Super Pro. Paired up with Grant Zimmerman, a driver that seems to take home a big check every time he leaves the playground of power. They will leave almost side by side, but a red light start for Mark Nedesheim. By 0.04 of a second, he will go red. Grant Zimmerman is your winner, right-hand side. 639.5 on the 642 dial-in. Scott Pichette lights up the taillights. He will get the win on the left-hand side. Starting line advantage. He is 1 over the dial-in. Scott Pichette moving on to round number 3. Tim Mosier and Brian Dumdye, your next pair. Tim Mosier and Brian Dumdye. Mosier, the so far so good Chevrolet Camaro from Rochelle, Illinois, with a 694 dial-in left-hand side. Dumdye 604 in the 57 Chevy from Sycamore, Illinois. Off and running, Mosier's out front. Here comes Dumdye. Battle of the Chevys in round number 2. Win light on a double breakout. Tim Mosier, he is your winner. Breaking out by 7th Al. Mosier, the lesser of the two. Dumdye goes 602-6 on the 604 dial-in. Tim Mosier moving on to round number 3. Taylor Schrader and Tori Williams, another Chevy on Chevy matchup. Williams on the right-hand side. The Chevrolet Nova from Winnebago, Illinois, the 623 dial-in. His opponent is Taylor Schrader, the young gun from Cross Plains, Wisconsin, with the 707 dial-in for Schrader in the Chevy S10 pickup truck in the left-hand side. And through the 8th mile, win light to Tori Williams. Williams gets the starting line advantage. He'll go dead on 7 at the finish line, picking up the win. Schrader breaking out. Williams getting the win. And will now bring up Mike Etchison without a hood in the left-hand side. And Kenny Norup, right-hand side. The Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois. A 583 dial-in for Norup, 567 dial-in for Etchison. Norup will get the head start. Boxcars, you are on high alert. Boxcars, you are on high alert. We will be calling our box round 2 buybacks. Box round 2 buybacks. Be on high alert. We will call you in just a couple minutes. And double breakout. Kenny Norup comes away the winner on the right-hand side. He is 17 on the tree to Etchison's 66. Norup was in command of this race with a starting line advantage. He gets the win. Eric Grubby Anderson and Nick Engler. Anderson left-hand side from Janesville, Wisconsin. Actually, Anderson's from Byron. The car owner, Morris Olson, from Janesville. So the car is from Wisconsin. The driver is from right here in Byron, Illinois. Hometown racer, left-hand side with a 582 dial-in. Right-hand side, Nick Engler. Beautiful Dodge to the right-hand side, all the way from Howard Lake, Minnesota. And the win light's going to go to the hometown racer, dead on 4, Eric Grubby Anderson. And car owner Morris Olson will move on to round 3. Chad Cannon and Pete Kreinbrink, pair of Camaros at the starting line. 1/10 of a second. The difference in dial-in, 649 for Kreinbrink, left-hand lane. 639 the dial-in for Chad Cannon, right-hand side. Pair of Illinois racers, pair of Camaros. This is round 2, Super Pro, no box. Neither driver particularly anxious at the starting line. It is close, to say the least. Cannon gets there first. He breaks out by 0.08 of a second. Pete Kreinbrink going to be the winner left-hand side. 651 on the 649 dial-in. Pete Kreinbrink advances into round number 3. Brett Williamson and Warren Strum coming up next. Williamson driving his primary car right now. They're a busy bunch today. Williamson driving a borrowed Thunderbird as well, and his father Larry racing a Chevy S10 today, so the Williamsons staying busy. Hey, we are ready for round number 2 of box class buybacks. Box class buybacks. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Round number 2, Super Pro Super Pro box buybacks. Super Pro box buybacks. We are ready for you. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro box class buybacks. Round number 2, we are ready for you. Box class buybacks. Round number 2, we are ready for you. Left lane 4, 5, 6, 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Brett Williamson goes dead on 4, and he is your winner against Warren Strum. Pair of second-generation Chevrolet Camaros staging up now. You've got Brando Carlson, left-hand side, a 595 dial-in for Carlson. 621 the dial-in for Aaron Johnson on the right-hand side from Polo, Illinois. A pair of green second-gen Camaros as we are nearly through. Only about 4 pairs away from wrapping up this round. Nice hard launch for Aaron Johnson. He's out front. Can Brando catch him? Brando will catch him. He will cross the finish line first. However, he breaks out. Give the win to Aaron Johnson. 622.8 on the 621 dial-in. He is your winner. This is the Gentleman Jim Laughlin from Albany, Wisconsin of the 1978 Chevy Malibu. With a 675 dial-in on the left-hand side, he is paired up with Bruce Boyle. Stock eliminator entry in the right-hand lane. 679 dial-in for Bruce. Almost heads-up race. They'll be wheel-to-wheel the whole way down, and at the finish line, a double breakout. The Gentleman gets the win. Gentleman Jim Laughlin on a double breakout gets the win over Bruce Boyle. That'll now bring up the Chevrolet Camaro of Ray-Lo Riley from Chicago, Illinois. In the left-hand lane, a 677 dial-in for Ray-Lo. Paired up with Jeff Bilder, comes into today. Second place in points. He should be tied right now with Ricky Pena, as Ricky bowed out in the opening round of eliminations. He is a buyback. Pena, he did advance through round number 2 as a buyback. Jeff Billiter, however, is still collecting points in the Vega Wagon right-hand side. But looking to play spoiler today is Ray-Lo Riley in the Camaro left-hand lane. And this is a good one. They are wheel-to-wheel at the finish line. Scoreboard says double breakout. Jeff Billiter moving on to the next round. Riley will go 675.6 on the 677 dial-in. Billiter exactly 1 under, 666.0 on the 667 dial-in. Billiter moving on to round number 3, collecting those oh-so-valuable points as he gives the points leader, and this is the championship finale this weekend. 2 days of Super Pro points racing, Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Rick Stetner in the Chevy 2 left-hand side, paired up with the Nova of Joe Gagliano. Red light start for Stetner. And Joe Gagliano will move on to the next round. Dead on 3 for the Nova from Chesney Park, Illinois. Joe Gagliano is your winner. Then out the potential buy coming into this round, that is Mark Wicker in the Duster. Left-hand side from Winnebago, Illinois, a 658 dial-in for Wicker. Paired up with the aerospace mechanic from Loves Park, Illinois, that is Danny Roth in the Z28 Chevrolet Camaro right-hand lane. Wicker is off. Wicker's running. Here comes Danny Roth. They are nearly identical at the Christmas tree, and at the finish line, a win line to Mark Wicker. He will carry the bye into round number 3. Going 661.9 on the 658 dial-in, and that is a wrap for round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. A longer than intended round with an oil down early in eliminations there for round number 2. So things will continue to move at a high speed, at a high pace today. as we are not just in a race with cars, but we are in a race with Mother Nature. Not Mother Nature, I shouldn't say. I guess, well, I don't know. Daylight. We'll put it that way. We're racing daylight today, so about, what is the sunset today exactly, Sedona? Hey, Siri. What time is sunset today in Byron, Illinois?
Sunset will be at 6:22 p.m. today.
6:22 p.m. According to the National Weather Service, that is the sunset for today, so we're going to keep things moving after falling a little bit behind with the cleanup earlier. So we're going to move right into round number 2. These are the these are the buybacks, the box class buybacks in the staging lanes and ready to roll out. A final call for box class buybacks. Box class buybacks, a final call. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Final call for box class buybacks. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11, please. Hey, a special shout out and a welcome to Fritzl Garage, all the way from Warsaw, Poland, tuning in and watching. Sedona, that is one of the highlights of the 2020 season for me, was when we had the tour bus from Poland come and pay us a visit on a Sunday at Byron Dragway. Had one of those big vans, like a tour van, had probably 20 people in it. And they actually made a lap down the drag strip earlier this year, so a special shout out to those watching from Poland on YouTube. Who knows, maybe they were on the bus. Maybe they were here for the tour, and now they're tuning in to watch the live feed. Ready to watch some racers kick some dupas. My grandmother was 100% Polish, Sedona, so I've got a few words in the old dictionary in Poland. Polish, I should say, not Poland. All right, the drivers are ready to go. This is going to be round. This is going to be round number 2. These are the buybacks in box class competition. Scott McCann and Jeff Land are going to be your first pair out. Well, welcome to Barrett. Barrett, welcome to the tower. Hope you're enjoying the day at the races. Scott McCann in the door car. Left-hand side, Jeff Land, the farmer from Durand to the right-hand lane. A 517 dial-in for the dragster of Jeff Land. 682 the dial-in for Scott McCann in the door car, left-hand side. And McCann is going to get the win. Look at that. Dead on 3. 18 on the tree. Scott McCann is your winner over Jeff Land in the opening pair of box class competition here in round number 2. Charlie Hama and the Amazing Grace, Eric Grace, coming up next. Two very quick cars paired up side by side. Hama, the short wheelbase dragster, left-hand side of the 456 dial-in. He'll get the head start, and that is rare. But it is against the Amazing Grace with the 446 dial-in of the Corvette, right-hand side from Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Both drivers will go red. Eric Race, the lesser of the two. As True Start determines the red light, Hammer was 006 red. Eric Race, 002, the lesser of the two red lights. He is your winner right-hand side. The Amazing Grace, Eric Race. That now brings up DJ Matika, the 690 dial-in for the Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side, paired up with Mike Schleter. The wheel standing Olds 442 right-hand side from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. A reminder, 5 miles per hour in the pits. 5 miles per hour in the pits. No speeding in the pits. 5 miles per hour is the speed limit in the pits. A red light start for Mike Schleter. Win light to DJ Matika. 687 on the 690 dial-in. Your winner left-hand side, DJ Matika. Gotta bring up Greg Beach in the black Dragster with orange flames left-hand side, paired up with Jeff Larson Sr. from Beloit, Wisconsin to the right-hand side. 543 dial-in for Larson to the right-hand side. 515 dial-in for Greg Beach in the left-hand lane. Hello to Nancy and Dave Little from Chesney Park, Illinois. They are tuned in and watching. Dave will be here tomorrow, I understand. Thanks for tuning in and watching. Well, Jeff Larson misses the tree big time. Greg Beach will be kicking himself as he goes 005 in the left-hand lane. 005 red, I should preface that as. Giving a win to Jeff Larson Sr. in the right-hand lane. Bruce Van Stratton and Tim Folker, your next pair. Folker on the right-hand side. The Chevrolet Corvette from Freeport, Illinois. He'll get a head start against Bruce Van Stratton. BVS, left-hand side. He was a winner earlier this year. Looking to turn on some win lights again today. And at the finish line, the dirt car. Tim Folker goes dead on two and gets the win by 2 thousandths of a second. Tim Folker, your winner in the right-hand lane. That now brings up Chelsea Simpson and Brian Yeomans. Yeomans to the left-hand side. A 536 dial-in for the green dragster from Marshall, Wisconsin. His first out in a Byron Dragway this year. Racing against the boutique owner from WaveAve.com. That is Chelsea Simpson and the Chevrolet Camaro from right here in Byron, Illinois. Simpson will leave first. And we got a pair of green lights. Yeomans closing in at the finish line. Win light to Brian Yeomans. Simpson will get there first by 5 thou. She will break out by 6 thou. Giving a win to Brian Yeomans, who'll go 5:38 on the 5:36 dial-in. And the dragster will be back for round number 3. Sorry, Barrett. Colin Estes and Frank Sulfin staging up and about ready to go. Estes left-hand side, second overall last year in Super Pro points. Racing the Duster from Naperville. The door car is out and away, and he is red. Colin Estes will get the automatic win. Going 5:08 on the 5:10 dial-in. Colin Estes moving on to round number 3. Well, so far today, Bill Budisoff has done nothing but race against the Vincents. He raced against Mitchell in the opening round. And now he's facing Mitchell's cousin, Tim, here in the second round. Vincent left-hand side, Budisoff right-hand lane. These are the buybacks at round 2 of Super Pro Box. And this one appears to be in favor of Tim Vincent. Yes, it is. He'll get the win. Budisoff goes dead on one, but Tim Vincent will get the win in the left-hand lane. And a problem following the burnout here. And we get the signal. He is broke. Kevin Swartz with issues after the burnout left-hand side. So Brian Lynch will get a broke by as a result. So an unfortunate sight here. Swartz being pushed back after the burnout. He is broke. Brian Lynch with a broke by here in round number 2. And he'll go 490 with a 6 on the 488 dial-in. Brian Lynch comes away the winner on a broke by run. And we are back and paired up. And this is, without a doubt, one of the fastest cars on the property. We got about 4 cars in total this weekend that are below or right at that 420 mark. This is Greg Rouleau with a 419 dial in left-hand side for the Fisherman from Menominee, Michigan. The Pro Charged Dragster left-hand side. Paired up with Jay Allen, division champion from 2019 on the right-hand side. A 502 dial-in for Allen. His wife does the dial-in duties. Allen does the driving duties. 100% DIY. They build everything themselves. In the right-hand side, 502 for Allen, 419 for Greg Rouleau. Buckle up. This will be a fast one. What a drag race. They were identical at the Christmas tree. Jay Allen goes dead on one. He'll get the win on the right-hand side. Greg Rouleau closed in a hurry. 421 on the 419 dial, and he is 2 over the dial. 163 miles per hour. Holy cow, that car was cooking. Jay Allen comes away the winner on the right-hand side, dead on one. And Dan Kike going 1 over the dial and will get the win on this pair. Dan Kike advancing into the next round. That is the Agitator, 68 model Chevrolet Camaro. From St. Cloud, Minnesota, Myron Street, the driver, with a 678 dial, and he is exactly 2 seconds slower than the dragster on the right-hand side of Josh Goyke. Clean and green, they are racing. Goyke closing in a hurry, and he will go dead on 4 and get the win on the right-hand side. Josh Goyke, your winner over Myron Street. Street is 1 over. Goyke is dead on 4. And that's that. Doug Cruz and Brad Maxwell, pair of door cars matched up right now. Maxwell on the right-hand side, a 78 model Chevrolet Malibu from Davenport, Iowa. 580 dial-in for Maxwell on the right-hand side. Doug Cruz, the handyman extraordinaire for Byron Dragway, newly retired this year. Spends many a weekdays out here just kind of tinkering and fixing up little odds and ends around the track, so if you find something that looks like it's been newly fixed, well, you could probably thank Doug Cruz, the driver that just won that round. 6:53 on the 6:52 dial-in. Doug Cruz moving on to round number 3. David Bones Johnson and Adam Sweet coming up next. Sweet on the right-hand side, a newcomer to Super Pro just this year, driving the championship-winning car from 1 year ago, as once owned and driven by Scott Labuddy. 484, the dial-in for the dragster of Adam Sweet on the right-hand side. David Bones Johnson with his father Sam at the starting line. Sam and Dave. They were a popular music act in the 60s. Well, not this Sam and Dave, but Sam and Dave were a popular music act in the 60s. You've heard their song, Soul Man, Hold On, I'm Coming. You know him, Sedona. I bet Camden knows him. Camden, he's like an old soul. He's like an old man in a 19-year-old body, or however old Camden is. Red light start for Adam Sweet. David Bones Johnson goes on to the next round. 570 with a 3 on the 571 dial-in. 1X11, this is a new entry this weekend. That is Craig Huss of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. A 48-year-old assembler. What does an assembler do? I can only imagine. I assembled Legos at like age 3 and 4 quite actively, so I suppose I could have put that on my tech card back when I was that age. Not sure what he assembles, but we'll have to send our pit reporter to find out the exact assembly operations of one Craig Hess. Maybe he is going to assemble himself a victory here today. He's got a tough customer in his way. That is Bobby Marquis on the right-hand side. Win light's going to go to the assembler. The assembler, Greg Huss, gets the win. Going dead on 0 on the left-hand side for the win. Maybe that could be his nickname, too, Sedona. We could put that real big letters on the side. You know, you've got, in monster trucks, you've got the Grave Digger. You've got, in drag racing, Swamp Rat and stuff like that. Maybe that could be his name. Instead of Don the Snake Perdone, we could have on our hands today Craig, the Assembler Huss. Maybe we'll go back to the drawing board on that one. Jeremy Vangsness and Corey Pavicic. Coming up next, Pavicic to the right-hand side. From Dixon, Illinois, the hometown to one, former President Ronald Reagan, a boyhood home to Ronald Reagan. 497 the dial-in for Pavicic to the right-hand side. 558 the dial-in for Jeremy Vangsness left lane. In the Nova from Rockford, Illinois. 558 dial-in for Vangsness. 497 dial-in for Corey Pavicic. Beautiful wheels up launch for Jeremy Vangsness. And he'll get the win light. So he gets the win light and some style points for the wheels up launch. Dead on 8. Jeremy Vangsness, your winner over Corey Pavicic. Next up, door car and a dragster once again. And it's another Pavicic. This one is Eric Pavicic, cousin to Corey Pavicic, who just went down. 482 dial-in for Eric Pavicic, left-hand side, paired up with Mike Ballard. In the Pontiac Firebird from Yorkville, Illinois. 528 the dial-in for Ballard. 482 the dial-in for Pavicic in the dragster. Round 2 box class winners, you are on high alert. Round 2 box class winners, you are on high alert. And the win light here will go to Eric Pavicic. Dello 05 reaction time, 485 on a 482 dial-in. Eric Pavicic moving on to round number 3. We will take our round number 2 box class winners. Box class winners to the lanes, please. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro box class round number 2 winners to the lanes, please. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro box Super Pro Box round number 2 winners to the lanes, please. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Barrett, you have got a lot on your mind. What do you have to say? Well, an issue at the starting line for Pavicic. He'll miss the tree. John Davis Jr. will catch him rapidly. Rolls out of the throttle. Coasting through to a 431. Yeah, that's right. I said he coasted through to a 431. That car is capable of a 14 elapsed time. Nick Gaines and Aaron Schott coming up next. Schott on the right-hand side. The wheels up Z28 Chevrolet Camaro. Stood it up pretty high earlier at round number 1. Can he do it again today? Another beautiful wheels up launch for Aaron Schott. But I hate to say it, he is in trouble, as Nick Gaines has a decisive starting line advantage, and he will get the win for 80 with the 9 on the 465 dial-in. Nick Gaines advancing into round number 3. Jay Larson and Gary Siegelack, right-hand side from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. His first outing to Byron Dragway this weekend. This year, I should say. A 503 dial-in for Gary on the right-hand side. 511 dial-in for Jay Larson, left-hand side from Beloit, Wisconsin. Again, second call, box class winners for round number 2 to the lanes, please. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro Box round number 2 to the lanes, please. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11, please. So we are nearly through with the buybacks here in round 2 of box class competition. Close race here for Jay Larson and Gary Siegelack. At the finish line, win light going to go to Jay Larson. He is one over the diamond. He is your winner, left-hand side. Siegelack was 006 at the Christmas tree, but could not run the number. He is 3 over, and that will not cut it today. Jay Larson gets the win, left-hand side. And up next, you've got Machine Gun Kelly Spears from Rockford, Illinois, the 68 Dodge Dart, left-hand side. The 607 dial-in for the racer that was out here 1 week ago in the final round of Pro Dominator, the Midwest Index Shootout Series as part of the World Power Wheel Standing Championships 1 weekend ago. But he's got a tough customer here today, Scott Labuddy. Holy smokes, wait till you see these numbers. Oh my goodness. Machine Gun Kelly Spears was trip, zip, green. Perfect at the starting line. Scott Labuddy was there for the taking. Labuddy, though, goes 1 over 6, gets the win as Kelly Spears gives back the stripe at the finish line. He was perfect. Trip, zip, green, but could not capitalize at the finish line. And the defending champion from 1 year ago will advance into round number 3. Wendell Curley and Mike Bonebright, your next pair. Bonebright on the right-hand side, a 495 dial-in for the racer from Rochelle, Illinois. That is the Hub City. Paired up with Wendell Curley, pair of seasoned drivers with lots of experience. Curley is out front. He's got it out of the groove. Get it back in the middle there, Wendell. At the finish line, Bonebright will be the winner. Curley breaks out by 3 thou at the finish line. Curley takes him through by 3 thou, breaks out by 3 thou. Bonebright is your winner, 1 over the dial, 1 of the dragster right-hand side. And that now brings up Greg Antonioni. And a brand new car and a brand new engine combination. A little bit of uncertainty on his part today as to what it will do exactly. He's got a 426 dial in it as a pro-charged dragster, and it is wicked quick. And that's kind of something that Brett Williamson's getting used to in that Thunderbird. He raced Mad Mark Krupa with a 401 dial-in the opening round. Now he's racing Greg Antonioni with a 426 dial-in on the left-hand side. Williamson is really pulling a lot of the quick cars here in eliminations today. So Williamson in the borrowed Thunderbird right-hand side. Close race. Win light to Greg Antonioni on a double breakout. 006 light for Williamson, 004 light for Greg Antonioni. Antonioni takes them through by 17 10 thou at the finish line. On a double breakout, Greg Antonioni. In a new car, new combination, pro-charged dragster. He is your winner left-hand side of that pair. So that should do it for all the buybacks here in round number 2 of Super Pro Box. The winners are coming out next. Looking for Bill Curtis Sr. Hey, there he is. He's in lane 3, carrying the bye. Good to see Mr. Curtis carrying the bye here into round number 2. Couldn't see him behind the golf carts there for a second, but there he is, sure enough. Your first pair of box class winners in round number 2, Ricky Pena and Tommy Pope. Double breakout, Ricky Pena, the pickup truck. We'll move on to the next round on a double breakout. Mitchell Vincent and Anthony Lane, pair of dragsters now. Second pair out in these Super Pro box class winners. Wow, this one is close. Identical 003 reaction times, and at the finish line by 0.02 of a second, Mitchell Vincent gets the win. He is one over the dial and change. Vincent, closer to the dial, gets there first by 0.02 of a second. Holy cow. Hey, thank you to Court Routson. Safe travels home today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Jim Oliver and Brandon Phillips coming up next. Phillips on the right-hand side, a 5:22 dial-in for Phillips from Fulton, Illinois. Oliver, the aircraft mechanic from beautiful downtown New Lenox, Illinois. 66 Chevy, 2 to 5, 61 dial-in for Jim Oliver. Oliver takes off first. He will go red by 9 thou. At the starting line, win light to Brandon Phillips. Brandon Phillips is 003 on the Christmas tree. 5:20 with an 8 on the 5:22 dial-in. Brandon Phillips, your winner, right-hand side by virtue of the red light start from Jim Oliver. Steve Klotz, the poster car for this weekend's prestigious event. His car adorns the cover of the flyer for the Fall Bracket Nationals. The hard-launching Vega, left-hand side, the 580 dial-in, that is Steve Klotz. Paired up with an Oldsmobile Cutlass in the right-hand side, car number 3 at 72K. And the win line's going to go to Steve Klotz. 1 over the dial-in, 12 on the tree. He'll be back for round number 3. Ken Kendall and John Schober, your next pair coming up. Pair of dragsters, Schober on the right-hand side, the quicker of the two, the 498 dial-in. Kendall, 518 dial-in for the dragster, left-hand side. This is probably one of my favorite times of the year at the Playground of Power. You can look around in just the vistas, the view, the changing colors of the trees. What a beautiful sight here at Byron Dragway. The track really shows its charm this time of year. Mr. Simpson, why do you have to rain on my parade? Reminding me what follows. What follows the changing of the leaves. Oh, winter, of course, but nevertheless, John Schober gets the win right here. 2 over the dial, 500 with the 3 and the 598 dial-in. Picking up the win over Ken Kendall. Colin Estes. No, that's not Colin. That is Jeff Estes. Jeff Estes doing the driving duties, left-hand side. The Pontiac Acadian, the only one I've seen in competition all year long at Byron Dragway. A 596 dial-in for Estes on the left-hand side, paired up with the Cheesemaker. That is Dion Dignitz from Random Lake, Wisconsin. 528 dial-in for Dignitz, 596 for Estes. Off and running, clean green, away they go. Very good race. Win light's going to go to Jeff Estes on a double breakout. He'll go 595 with an 8 on the 596 dial-in. Spider. Shane Pope. Shane Pope is red. Uncharacteristic for the talented driver left-hand side, giving a win to car number 468. A newcomer this weekend, a newcomer. Mr. Simpson, if you could please find tech car number 468 so we can add him to our file. So many new cars out here this weekend. Some making their first race of the year, some their first ever at Byron Dragway. And I will tell you what, the payout, the weather, all of it contributes to what could be a record-setting fall bracket nationals at Byron Dragway. Rick Scott from Manashaw, Wisconsin. He is the Butcher. Rick the Butcher, left-hand side, a 507 dial-in paired up with the boss man, Ed Bausman, the concrete finisher from Comanche, Iowa. The Butcher's out front. Here comes the boss man. At the finish line, win light to Ricky the Butcher. 508 on the 507 dial-in, the Butcher. The Butcher will slaughter Bausman here in the second round of box. He can cut the meat and he can cut the tree. Cutting lights is Ricky the Butcher. This is the six-figure man, Dennis DiValerio, and a supercharged dragster left-hand side from Algonquin, Illinois. He was the $100,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals 2 years ago. And the six-figure man is going home. 002 red for DiValerio, giving a win to Dale Cooter, the owner-operator of the auto shop in Valparaiso, Indiana. Dale Cooter goes 007 James Bond Green for the win. Although he is not James Bond, he is Cooter. Dale Cooter. And he'll be back for round number 3. Bruce Call and Monty Fisher, your next pair. Fisher, one of the longest tenured racers in Byron Dragway history. Her history dates back to racing motorcycles out here. And, of course, we all know her in the dragster that she has raced here for many years. On the right-hand side, that is Bonnie Fisher, one of the best in the business at the Christmas tree. Dialed in at a 491 right-hand side. Her opponent all the way from Okeechobee, Florida, that is Bruce Call. 476 dial-in for Bruce on the left-hand side, 491 dial-in for Bonnie Fisher. And a red light start for Bruce. And Monty with an issue. The car barely leaves the starting line, but she will get the win light. 3 times last weekend we saw a car with trouble get the win light. And Top Sportsman is part of the World Power Wheel Standing Championships out here last Sunday. And although different, somewhat similar, Monty Fisher, the car lurches enough to break the beam and take the tree, but Bruce Call goes red. Bonnie Fisher, they'll push the car off the starting line, but she will go on to the next round. So luck is going on the side of Bonnie Fisher, at least in terms of the win light. And hopefully nothing seriously wrong with the dragster. And we are resuming. Brad Antonioni and Christine Malik, your next pair. Antonioni, left-hand side from West Bend, Wisconsin, with a 483 dial-in for the dragster left-hand side. Paired up with the mother of 3 from Beloit, Wisconsin, racing the Bantam Altered. That is Christine Malik, whose father, Jerry Westcott, will be in competition tomorrow. Her husband, Steve Malik, ran in the top dog shootout last week at the World Power Wheel Standing Championships in the Extreme Bird Super Bird. 563 dial-in for Malik on the right-hand side, 483 dial-in for Brad Antonioni. This is round number 2. These are the box class winners. On track right now, $4,000 a payday today. As the Fall Bracket Nationals is one of the majors at Byron Dragway. And the win line's going to go to Christine Malik. She is dead on 5. And moving on to the next round, Antonioni breaking out by 2,000. Christine Malik turning on the win light. Parador cars now, Blake Vangsness and Joe Hansen. Hansen on the right-hand side, the retired software technician from Williams Bay, Wisconsin, with the 609 dial on the right-hand side. Paired up with Blake Vangsness, the teenager from Rockford, Illinois, with the 673 dial on the left-hand side, and the Chevrolet Nova. And Blake Vangsness is going rounds on a Saturday. Hansen goes red by 1,000. 001 red for Joe Hansen. Vangsness is 005 green and dead on 1. Wow. What a package there. 6,000 the total package for round winner Blake Vangsness. Andy Rucker and Rob Livingston. On track right now, Rucker, the college student left-hand side from Leaf River, Illinois. He's going to go dead on 3 and get the win. Livingston had the starting line advantage but could not get there. He is 2 over the dial, and Rucker is dead on 3. And that is tough to beat. Little attention to the starting line from Chief Starter Jeff Spearling. Jeffrey is a former NHRA Super Comp Division champion right here in the North Central Division. Earlier this year in the Midwest Super Comp, he runner-up on Saturday and won on a Sunday, so he knows what it's like to drive these cars. And so he puts it all out there. He works his hardest to make sure that that track is in tip-top shape. And for that, we are all appreciative. The entire staff at Byron Dragway put their heart and souls into this track and into these races. A big thank you to Camden Isley for putting in a lot of effort out here on some of the weekdays, really doing all kinds of jobs to keep the place looking in tip-top shape, as well as Brett Michael for keeping the grounds and everything so clean and well-maintained. Thank you. Thank you to the entire crew. Joe Kerner and Jeff Jones, pair of dragsters, closely dialed, almost heads up. They will be wheel to wheel. But Jeff Jones gets a big starting line advantage, and he will capitalize. 004 reaction time. He goes 2 over the dial in and gets the win. Jeff Jones taking out Joe Kerner in round number 2. A short wheelbase dragster, that is Mark Rosenbaum. Mark Rosenbaum from Stoughton, Wisconsin. He is doing double duty this week, and he's got a Chevrolet Corvette in no box. He's got the Shorty Dragster here in box class. For the excavating contractor, Mark Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum will get the win. 009 reaction time. He is 1 over the dial in. Highland gets there first. He breaks out by 0.07 of a second. Rosenbaum is your winner in the left-hand lane. That'll now bring up the Pro Charge Dragster of Kevin Robertson. He was the Race of Champions representative at Lucas Oil Raceway for Byron Dragway in the NHRA North Central Division Finals about 1 month ago. He's got a very quick dragster. 432 the dial-in for Kevin Robertson, left-hand side. And 496 the dial-in for Derek Dignitz in the right-hand side. Pair of racers from Wisconsin at the starting line. Close race at the starting line. Win light. Dead on one. Kevin Robertson picking up the win on the left-hand side. 432-1 on the 432 dial-in. Kevin Robertson, the Race of Champions representative, advances into round number 3. That'll bring up Scotty Haas and Gary Wood. Wood already having better fortune with his Pinto this weekend than Chris Pierce had with his Pinto last weekend. And by that, I mean he's kept the car between the walls. 617 the dial-in for Wood on the right-hand side. 474 the dial-in for Scotty Haas on the left-hand side. Of course, Chris Pierce, the Shinto, was the runner-up last weekend of the World Power Wheel Standing Championships. And despite the carnage, one car scaled the wall, another car ended up on its top. Somehow, not one cube was displaced on the track. Usually, we lose the 330 cube by about the third car in a wheel stand competition, but somehow, by some stroke of luck, every cube survived the World Power Wheel Standing Championships. Scotty Haas puts together a run right here. He is 001 on the Christmas tree and dead on 8,9,000. The total package, total winning package for Scotty Haas over Gary Wood. Well, you can hear the whine of the supercharger. Mad Mark Krupa is one pair away from the starting line. But before that, we've got Mike Antonioni and Dominic Bowden, pair of dragsters, ready to roll out here in round number 2. These are the box cars. We are nearly through. With round 2 of Super Pro Box. Bowden, a race winner already this year on the right-hand side. A 468 dial-in for Bowden on the right-hand side. Mike Antonioni, left-hand lane. From Rubicon, Wisconsin, a 524 dial-in for Mike in the all-purple dragster. Bowden's paint job always reminds me of a guitar from Van Halen, of course, Eddie Van Halen, passing away this week. But I've always thought that car reminds me of a tribute to a Van Halen guitar with those graphics on the side. 468 dial-in for Bowden, 524 for Mike Antonioni. How about that Dominic Bowden? 003 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. He will move on to round number 3. And Mad Mark Krupa. Absolutely blistering our microphone out on the starting line. Mark and wife Lisa celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary out here this weekend. So a very happy anniversary to Mad Mark Krupa and his wife Lisa. Does Lisa have a nickname? He's Mad Mark. What is she? I wonder if she's got a nickname. They've been married for 35 years. Maybe she's Lovable Lisa. I don't know. Something with an L, I'm sure. 401 the dial-in for Mad Mark. 553 the dial-in for Mike Hobson. And here comes Mad Mark. He is the winner. He is the winner. Hobson goes red by 12 thou. Mad Mark is 001 red. And dead on 3, Krupa. 1 thou away from perfect at the tree. 3 thou away from perfect on the dial-in. Isn't that something? Brent Vincent and Rick Susak. Coming up next, Susak all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Great to have Mr. Susak, an employee of the Homeland Defense, Homeland Security. 483 dial-in for Susak on the right-hand side. 615 the dial-in for Brent Vincent in the left-hand lane. The train operator from Byron, Illinois. Round number 3, Super Pro No Box. Round 3, Super Pro No Box. We are looking for you. Left lane, 4 and 5. Right lane, 6 and 7. Left lane, 4 and 5. Right lane, 6 and 7. Super Pro No Box. Round number 2 to the lanes, please. Win light to Brent Vincent. He is 001 on the Christmas tree and dead on 4. 5 thou. The total package for Brent Vincent picking up the win in the left-hand lane. Rich Engelbert and Jim Zink. Whoa, hold on to it, Rich. Rich has the car all the way outside the groove. Had the car going every direction, but straight there for a second. But he will gather it up. He will get the win. Zink got there first. Zink breaks out. Rich Engelbert will get the win. Engelbert not breaking out, probably because he turned that 660-foot track into about 680 feet, I think, as far as he traveled outside the groove and wheeled it back in. Wow, that one was a hairy ride, but he does come away the winner. Ryan Fasano on the right-hand side and a Chevrolet Camaro not on file, left-hand lane. We'll need to find this card here for card number 5083, please. Round number 3, Super Pro No Box. We need you. We need you now. Round number 3, Super Pro No Box. No Box. Round number 3. Where are you? We're looking for round number 3, Super Pro No Box. To the lane, please. On a double breakout, car number 5083 comes away the winner in the left-hand side. Your next pair, Bill Curtis and Josh Genski. Round 3, Super Pro No Box. Round 3, Super Pro No Box. We need you to the lanes. Mark Wicker, potential buys. You carry the buy. Please report to lane number 3. Mark Wicker to the lanes, please. So your final pair of box class entries here in round number 2. Bill Curtis, the driver, carrying the bye. Left-hand side of the 491 dial-in. His opponent, that is Josh Genske from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, with a 497 dial-in. Something of a burn down here between these two. Both very, very carefully going through their procedures. And it is a toss-up at the starting line. At the finish line, win light. Going to go to Bill Curtis Sr. He'll carry the bye into round number 3. Go at 493 and the 491 dial-in. Bill Curtis Sr., your winner over Josh Genske. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. And that is a wrap for round number 2. Round 3, Super Pro No Box coming out. Drivers, be ready to go. Drivers, be ready to go. Round 3, Super Pro No Box. Be ready to go. This is round number 3, Super Pro No Box at the starting line. Tim Flynn and John Holly battle the Mopars. First pair's out. The Barracuda of Tim Flynn on the left-hand side. John Holly in the Coronet from Marengo, Illinois. And a red light start for Tim Flynn by 9 thousandths of a second. John Holly is 007 green and dead on a 6. John Holly moving on to the next round. Chris Wicker and Grant Zimmerman. Your next pair. Zimmerman on the right-hand side. He's taken home quite a few big paydays here from Byron Dragway. Place has been like a personal ATM machine until recently. 641 dial-in for Zimmerman on the right-hand side. 713 dial-in for Wicker in the left-hand lane in the Buick from Chesney Park, Illinois. A close race. Double breakout. Grant Zimmerman, your winner on the right-hand side on a double breakout. Pair of Chevrolets coming up now. You've got Mike Southwick of Stillman Valley, Illinois. A 70 Chevelle with a lot of metal flake in the paint job. That car's got a lot of sparkle to it. 615 dial-in for Southwick. 622 the dial-in for Aaron Johnson in the right-hand lane. Beautiful wheels-up launch for Aaron Johnson on the right-hand side. And through the finish line, Johnson goes dead on 3, gets the win. 13 on the tree, dead on 3. What a run, and style points to boot for Aaron Johnson with a beautiful wheels-up launch. That'll now bring up the 2008 World Power Wheel Standing Champion, Dan Smith and the Demon, left-hand side from St. Louis, Missouri. 619 the dial-in for Smith. 583 the dial-in for his opponent in the right-hand lane. That is Kenny Norup and a Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois. And by 7 thousandths of a second, Kenny Norup is your winner. 007 reaction time, 2 over the dial-in. Kenny Norup taking out Dan Smith in round number 3. Super Pro No Box. Eric Grubby Anderson, a Motivation Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side with a 582 dial-in. His opponent, the Excavator, Johnny Robinson, with a 661 dial-in of the Mustang right-hand side. Dead on 4, Eric Anderson, your winner left-hand side, taking out Johnny Robinson. Pair of Chevrolets at the starting line, Tim Mosier and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. 673 dial-in for Laughlin of the Malibu. 693 the dial-in for the So Far So Good Chevrolet Camaro of Tim Mosier. And a win line to Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Round 3 box cars, you are on high alert. Round 3 box, we will be calling you in just a little bit. Be ready in your pit. Things are going to go into round robin mode very quickly, racers. Things will go into round robin mode very quickly here, racers. Mitchell Vincent and Joe Gagliano. Pair of Chevrolets headed down the track strip. Win line's going to go to Joe Gagliano. Wow, what a drag race here. Vincent was dead on 2. Gagliano dead on 8. Gagliano, starting line advantage, is your winner on the right-hand side. That'll bring up Don Schomer and Richard Mason. Mason in the Buick from Winnebago, Illinois, comes into today third place in points. He is a buyback, so he was in defense mode from this point on. He is not earning points on the right-hand side. Neither is Don Schomer, the Maverick, left-hand side from Oswego, Illinois. Lists his occupation as goldfish trainer. No longer a goldfish trainer, he is now a retired goldfish trainer. You could imagine the strain and the stress of having to work with something with the attention of a goldfish. Don Schomer gets the win on a breakout from Rich Mason. 009 reaction time for Schomer. The Maverick moving on to round 4. Mark Rosenbaum in the Corvette. He picked up the win already in the dragster over on the box side. Here he is again in the no box side, left-hand side. Mark Rosenbaum. 593 is his dial-in. Paired up with car number RA820. That's an unusual one. That is Roger Morris from Chesney Park, Illinois. And a 79 Buick Regal as sponsored by Divine Concrete. And the win line's going to go to Rosenbaum in the Corvette. He gets the starting line advantage. He gets the win. Left-hand lane. That'll bring up Scott Pichette and Tori Williams. Williams on the right-hand side. The Chevrolet Nova from Winnebago, Illinois. The 622 dial on the right-hand side. Scott Pichette. The Ford from Sobeski, Wisconsin. A 585 dial in for Pichette. The Ford Galaxy of Scott Pichette, the only Galaxy in competition today, I do believe. And Tori Williams, one of a number of racers from Winnebago, Illinois. Win line's going to go to Williams from Winnebago as Scott Pichette pushes the tree 1 thou too far. He'll go red. Tori Williams will advance into the next round. And that'll now bring up the Chevrolet Malibu left-hand side. New car this weekend. A new car to Byron Dragway from Oneida, Wisconsin. That is Chris Johnson. And the left-hand side paired up with Lee Butler from Carroll Stream, Illinois. Butler is off and running in the Camaro. Red line start for Chris Johnson. Lee Butler picks up the win and advances into the next round. Attention to the pits. We are looking for round number 3, Super Pro Box. Round 3, Super Pro Box. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro Box. Round number 3, we are ready for you. Round number 3, Super Pro Box. We are ready for you. Ricky Pena, the points leader coming into today. He is a buyback, no longer earning points. Unofficially, Jeff Billiter should have overtaken him so far today. Norm Wheats will get the win in the pickup truck, right-hand side, going dead on 4. Taking out Ricky Pena in round 3 of Super Pro No Box. Steve Roscoe in the Ford Thunderbird left-hand side, paired up with Bill Curtis Jr. Billy Gonna need to be patient. Roscoe is way out there in the Thunderbird. Here comes the Camaro. Bill Curtis Jr. at the finish line. Double breakout. Bill Curtis Jr. is your winner. 587 on the 590 dial-in. The Camaro takes out the Thunderbird in round number 3. Second call, boxcars. Round number 3 to the lanes, please. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro box. Round number 3, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Mike Podnack in his first race out in over 2 years' time. Last raced at Byron Dragway at the Fall Bracket Nationals in 2018. He went 2 rounds today. Bows out here in round number 3 with a double 03 red light. And it is though Mike Podnack has not skipped a beat in his 2-year hiatus as he goes a couple rounds and then goes out with a double 03 red light. Troy Bogner and Dan Gary, your next pair. Bogner kind of detuned the Camaro a little bit after a terrifying wheel stand at another track over the summer. Literally, the car just kept climbing, reaching for the heavens until he set it down at about the 300-foot mark. So he thought, maybe I'll tone it down just a touch. He's on the left-hand side, a 601 dial-in for Troy Bogner. 630 to dial in for Dan Gary on the right-hand side. Off and running. Gary's out front, but here comes Bogner. Win light to the green Camaro. 003 reaction time. Bogner is your winner. Gary goes dead on 8. But it's tough to stop a 003 light from Troy Bogner. He will get the win in the left-hand lane. Bob Dish, he is the Street Limited track champion for 2020. He's in the Vega wagon left-hand side, collected that championship 1 week ago at the World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. And he will be eliminated right here by the points leader in Super Pro, Jeff Billiter. The hometown racer from Byron, Illinois, goes dead on 1. And goes on to the next round, collecting those oh-so-valuable points with each and every round win. Pete Kreinbrink and Zach Manasiri coming up next. Manasiri, a graduate of the Junior Dragster program. Probably a teenager still, if I had to guess. 622 is his dial-in for the racer from Orland Park, Illinois, on the right-hand side. Paired up with Pete Kreinbrink, who is not a teenager. 649 to dial-in for Pete in the Camaro. From Plano, Illinois, the place where they make all those tackle boxes. And the teenager will get the win. 005 reaction time. 627 with a 622 dial-in. Kreinbrink is 1 over, but left too much out the starting line. Win light to Zach Manasiri. Brett Williamson and Frank Valencia. Coming up next, a final call for round number 3. Round number 3, Super Pro Box. Round 3, Super Pro Box. Left lane, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro Box. Round 3, final call. Williamson and Valencia. Almost heads up right here. 6:15 a dial-in for Williamson in the left-hand lane. 6:12 the dial-in for Valencia. Right-hand side of the Pontiac Firebird from Autoland Park, Illinois. Williamson, of course, of Rockford, Illinois. Part of the Precision Cycle team. In the 57 Chevy Bel Air. And the win light will go to Brett Williamson. He gets the starting line advantage, and that will help him win this race. Valencia was dead on 5. Williamson, 10 on the tree. You know, he wakes up at about 4:30, maybe 5 a.m. religiously every morning, hits the practice tree, and practice is paying off for the young gun, Brett Williamson. And at last, Mark Wicker will collect his bye run here to conclude round number 3 of eliminations. He has carried this bye now a couple of rounds, and he's going to cash it in, punch his ticket, and advance into round number 4. Of course, in the box side, Bill Curtis Sr. continues to carry the bye. Over on the Super Pro box side, so box cars, be ready to go. Box cars, be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out. As we are in round robin mode, racers, when you win your round, begin your fueling, cooling, and recharging because we are calling you back. We are calling you back fast. So we've got a great turnout of cars, a packed house at Byron Dragway for this Fall Bracket Nationals. And we want to run these things to completion. We want to award the big payday at the end of each day, Saturday and Sunday. And, of course, we are in a race with the sunset at 6:22 p.m. this evening. So we're going to keep things moving lickety-split, rock'em sock'em. So, racers, we are in round robin mode. And these are the box cars. This is round number 3. DJ Matika and Dominic Bowden, your first pair out in this round number 3. Bowden to the right-hand side, a 468 dial-in. For the red dragster with black and white graphics on the side. Paired up, painted up just like his son's junior dragster. So matching paint schemes for father and son for the Bowden camp. DJ Matika, left-hand side, is sponsored by ATD, Automatic Trans Design. Autotransdesign.com, sponsor of Byron Dragway, out of Wisconsin. Nick Gaines and Eric Grace rolling up to the starting line now. Eric Grace on the right-hand side. The quicker of the two cars. Rarely, very rarely, does the door car be the quicker of the two against a dragster, but that is the case quite often with the amazing Grace, Eric Grace. 446 dialing for the Corvette on the right-hand side. Nick Gaines, 466 dialing for the short wheelbase dragster left-hand side from Albert Lea, Minnesota. And a red light start for Nick Gaines. Give the win to Eric Grace. 008 reaction time. 1 over the dial and 447 on the 446 dial. Eric Race is your winner against Nick Gaines. And now the second quickest car left in competition today. This is John Davis Jr., the pro-charged rear-engine dragster from Dunkerton, Iowa. 4:15 the dial in left-hand side. Paired up against Christine Malik in the Bantam Altered. A slight advantage at the tree for Malik. She'll get there first. She will break out. John Davis Jr. One over the dial-in. Check it out. 4:16.4 on the 4:15 dial-in. 170 miles per hour. The top speed for John Davis Jr. And now the car that graces the flyer for this fall bracket nationals. Steve Klotz, the hard-launching Vega, sets down the front tires just past the 60-foot cube. A pair of red lights in true start will alter the outcome of this one. Right lane goes red first by 001. Left lane goes red by the worst, 008. He goes red second. But he is 7th out, more red than his opponent, giving the win to the right-hand side. Craig Huss and Dale Cooter on track right now. Cooter in the Firebird Roadster, right-hand side from Valparaiso, Indiana. And the win light going dead on 6 is Craig Huss, the rear-engine dragster from Kaukauna, Wisconsin. Will advance into the next round of Super Pro Box. Well, driving a borrowed car now in round number 3. This is Monty Fisher. Fisher broke her usual dragster in round number 2. The car left the starting line, rolled about, probably 2 or 3 feet. Her opponent goes red. Fisher advanced into the next round. Her car was broke, so she jumps into a backup car, a borrowed car from Bruce Van Stratton. Monty does the burnout. Trying to get it into reverse. Car may have lost fire. Looks like she's got it refired. And she's got it in reverse. So Monty Fisher going to back the car up carefully as she is facing the butcher, Rick Scott. From Minnesota, Wisconsin. A 5:07 dial-in for Scott, 5:03 dial-in for Monty Fisher. Will be a very close race, side by side the whole way down. Should they both leave on time? And the win line's going to go to Ricky the Butcher, a 5:14 on the 5:07 dial-in. Fisher in just her first lap in that dragster. Maybe not totally comfortable, maybe not totally used to the controls of that car compared to her usual and trusted dragster. But nevertheless, she shows up for round number 3, and Rick Scott comes away the winner. Mitchell Vincent and Brian Lynch are your next pair. Vincent, left-hand side, a 484 dial-in for Mitchell. The driver from St. Charles, Illinois. His opponent, closely dialed at a 490, that is Brian Lynch. The truck mechanic from Clinton, Iowa. And this one is all Mitchell Vincent. 009 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. Lynch is dead on 4, but left too much at the Christmas tree. Mitchell Vincent moving on to the next round in Super Pro Box. A final call for round number 3 of Super Pro Box. Final call, round 3, Super Pro Box. Left lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right lane 8, 9, 10, and 11. Super Pro Box. If you are not there, you are officially late. Kevin Robertson and Brandon Phillips staging up. Robertson, 432 dial in on the left-hand side. 521 dial in for Brandon Phillips. Red light start for Brandon. Win light to Kevin Robertson. Check it out. He'll go 431 on the 432 dial in. 162 miles per hour for Kevin Robertson in the Pro Charge Dragster from Port Washington, Wisconsin. A little bit of starting line attention from Jeff Spearling. He'll get that attended to and gives a signal to burn out Colin Estes and Tim Folker, your next pair. Folker on the right-hand side. Been taking out dragsters left and right so far today. But perhaps none more tough and challenging than Colin Estes. Number 2 overall last year. Comes into today 6th place in points, left-hand side. 641 the dial-in for Folker on the right-hand side. 509 the dial-in for Estes in the left-hand side. A special welcome to McKenna. McKenna watching from the grandstands. Hope you're enjoying the races. And Colin Estes is going to go dead on 4 and pick up the win left-hand side, eliminating Tim Folker in round number 3. Round number 4, no box. Round number 4, no box. Be ready in your pit. We will be calling you soon. Round number 3 of no box. Be ready in your pit. We will be calling you soon. Colin Estes. Jeff Estes, I should say. Jeff Estes coming away the winner over Jay Allen. Jeff Estes in the Pontiac Acadian. He and son Colin Estes both advancing in round number 4. Scott McCann and Scott LaBuddy. Hey, I don't make many promises over the PA system, Sedona, but I will promise, I will guarantee Scott wins this round. Which one will it be? I don't know. Scott McCann, left-hand side in the Nova from Madison, Wisconsin. 682 the dial-in for McCann. His granddaughter looking on from the grandstands, cheering him on. Paired up with Scott LaBuddy, the defending champion from 1 year ago. And this one is close at the starting line, at the finish line. Win light to Scott McCann. 683.9 on the 682 dial, and Scott LaBuddy got there first, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Scott McCann is your winner. And a win light here will go to Tim Vincent. Larson will leave the starting line, and that's about as far as things go for Mr. Larson, as he will coast on through the 8th mile. Tim Vincent coasting through himself to a 4:20 elapsed time. And moving on to the next round. Car number C313. Car number C313. Troy Bogner, potential buy for round number 4. Round number 4 in Super Pro No Box. Troy Bogner, you will report to lane number 3. Troy Bogner, potential buy in round number 4. Super Pro No Box. All right, Larson's car will clear the shutdown area. We resume. David Bones Johnson and John Schober, your next pair. Schober on the right-hand side, the dragster. From Orland Park, Illinois. 498 is his dial, excuse me. David Bones Johnson, the Mustang from Edwards, Illinois, down by Peoria. 570 dialing for the Mustang of David Johnson. And with a perfect reaction time, David Bones Johnson gets the win, left-hand lane. Schober was one over the dial-in, but he could not do anything about the reaction time from David Johnson. He is trip, zip, green, 2 over the dial-in, and moving on to round number 4. David Johnson, winner, left-hand side. Ricky Pena and Mike Bonebright, your next pair. Bonebright on the right-hand side. 496 dial-in for the dragster from Rochelle, Illinois. 671 the dial-in for Ricky Pena, the GMC pickup truck from Palos Park, Illinois. And a red light start for Mike Bonebright. Giving a win to Ricky Pena. 007 green. He goes 670 with the 2 and the 671 dial-in. Ricky Pena moving on to the next round in Super Pro Box. This is Will Harris from Letts, Iowa, in a 92 Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand side. Paired up with Jeff Jones. 492 dial-in for Jones on the right-hand side. 538 dial-in for Will Harris. It looks like all the remaining boxers are all from the left-hand lane, so they're definitely stacking heavy in the left-hand side, so they will be paired. And some drivers will not get the lane of their choice. The win line's going to go to Jeff Jones by virtue of the red line start from Will Harris. Jay Larson and Josh Goicke, your next pair. Larson hoping for some better luck than his father had this round. His dad lost fire just past the 100-foot mark against Tim Vincent earlier in the eliminations this round. So Larson's out front, and here comes Josh Goyke. And Goyke with a double 0-1 reaction time goes 1 over the dial, and he gets the win on the right-hand side. Larson was dead on 9, but a double 0-1 reaction time for Josh Goyke will seal the deal on the right-hand side. For that racer from Stillman Valley, Illinois. Hey, here comes another racer from Stillman Valley, Illinois. That is Scotty Haas with a 474 dial-in, the green dragster left-hand side. Paired up with Rich Engelbert, the show and tell Chevrolet Camaro from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a car that was out here 1 weekend ago. Racing in Top Sportsman, so was Scotty Haas, but not in this car, of course. He was in a Corvette. Red light start for the Top Sportsman entry of Rich Engelbert. Win light to Scotty Haas, 471.8 on the 474 dial-in. Scotty going on to round number 4. Round number 4, Super Pro No Box. Round 4, Super Pro No Box. To the lanes, please. Round number 4, Super Pro No Box. We are looking for you in the lanes, please. Round number 4, Super Pro No Box. Troy Bogner, C313. C313, Troy Bogner. You are potential buy. Troy Bogner, you are potential buy. Pair of dragsters between Eric Pavicic and Dan Kike. This should be a good one. Dan Kike on the right-hand side. 463 dial-in for the welder from Brandon, Wisconsin. 484 the dial-in for the journeyman lineman from Polo, Illinois. That is Eric Pavicic on the left-hand side. They're off. They're running. Starting line advantage to Dan Kike, and he will get the win. 007 reaction time. He'll go 464 on the 463 dial-in. Dan Kike is your winner over Eric Pavicic. Once again, no box, no box. Round number 4, no box. To the lanes, please. Round number 4, Super Pro no box. To the stagey lanes, please. A reminder, 5 miles per hour in the pits. 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. Left lane, 4 and 5. Right lane, 6 and 7. Left lane, 4 and 5. Right lane, 6 and 7. Boxers, pull them up. Boxers, pull them up. We've got more cars coming. Boxers, pull them up. We got more cars coming. And the second perfect light in this round of box competition. The win light goes to Brian Yeomans. He was trip, zip, green, and dead on 4. In the right-hand side, he gets the win as Blake Vangsness in the Nova will go red by just 004. Yeomans, 004 total package, is your winner right-hand side. Mark Rosenbaum in his box car now, left-hand side, the short wheelbase dragster. A 511 dial-in for Rosenbaum. 652 the dial on the right-hand side for Doug Cruz of Rockford, Illinois. And a Chevrolet Camaro from the Forest City. In a race that could go either way, at the finish line, scoreboard says Doug Cruz. By 5 thou at the stripe, he is your winner, dead on 6, Doug Cruz. Taking out the dragster in round number 3. Once again, we need Super Pro No Box, round number 4. Super Pro No Box, round number 4 to the lanes, please. Troy Bogner, you are potential buy. Please report to lane at number 3. Troy Bogner, you are potential buy. Please report to lane at number 3. Wow, a thank you to Dawn Rugley. Dawn Rugley just left a 5-star review for Byron Dragway on Google. Thank you for the Google review, Dawn. 5-star rating for the Playground of Power. Thank you so much. Andy Rucker and Brent Vincent. Vincent, for the first time today, finds himself in the right-hand lane. And it seems to go well. 007 reaction time, dead on 2. 9 thou, the total package for Brent Vincent. He'll motor his way into round number 4. And that now brings up Jeremy Vangsness and Greg Antonioni. Antonioni in a new car with a new motor, new combination. Everything's new in the right-hand side. A 422 dial-in for Greg Antonioni. The sprinkler fitter from Mayville, Wisconsin. Paired up with Jeremy Vangsness of Rockford, Illinois. A 558 dial-in for Jeremy. 422 for Greg Antonioni. And so far, for the untested, unproven combination for Greg Antonioni, everything's looking good so far. He finds himself in round number 3 in the right-hand side. And the win light going dead on 7. Jeremy Vangsness is your winner. Left-hand side, taking out Greg Antonioni here in round number 3. Bill Curtis and Mad Mark Krupa, your final pair in this round number 3 of Super Pro Box. Krupa going to a backup car, driving Ed the Bossman Bousman's rear engine dragster on the right-hand side. I hope he doesn't fall asleep. A 4:56 elapsed time. That's like half a second slower than he's used to going. Pretty tame for the Mad Mark Krupa. Paired up with Bill Curtis. Curtis continues to carry the bye. He'll carry it into round at number 4, going dead on 7, picking up the win. Mad Mark Krupa, I tell you what, for just jumping into a car cold, he is 12 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. That's a good combination for Mad Mark Krupa, but Bill Curtis Sr. gets the win. Dead on 7, margin of victory, 2 thou at the stripe, and he carries the bye once again. I sound like a broken record, as Bill Curtis Sr. will be potential bye in the next round of box class competition. No box, be ready to go. You are coming out next. Again, thank you to all of our racers for your cooperation in going round robin, as we are running things quickly. We are running things fast. We want to get this thing run to completion before the sun sets today. Sunset is at about 6:22 p.m. So we're going to have to kick things into even higher gear here to get it in. So thank you to all the racers for going round robin mode with us today. Box cars, go ahead and start to bring them back as soon as you are ready. Left lane box cars will be lanes 8 and 9. Right lane box cars will be 10 and 11. Left lane 8 and 9. Right lane 10 and 11. Left lane 8 and 9. Right lane 10 and 11. Super Pro Box, we are looking for you. Left lane 8 and 9. Right lane 10 and 11. John Holly going dead on 7, picking up the win. B.J. Vangsness, if you've got a moment to the tower, please. B.J. Vangsness, if you've got a moment to the tower, please. Mark Wicker and Zach Manasiri, second pair out in this round number 4. We got to update that on the computer. This is round number 4, Super Pro no box competition. Wicker, left-hand side. Manasiri, right-hand lane. Eric Grubby Anderson and Kenny Knorr, a pair of racers from right here in Byron, Illinois. Closely dialed, almost heads up. 582 for Norup, 580 for Anderson. And the win light with a red light start. Eric Grubby Anderson is your winner. Norup goes red. Anderson goes on to the next round. 582 on the 580 dial in. Once again, box cars, we are looking for you for round number 4. Box cars, round number 4. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Box cars, left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Box cars, left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Box cars, left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Brett Williamson, Aaron Johnson, pair of Chevrolets at the starting line. 6:15 dial in for Brett Williamson. 6:21 the dial in for Aaron Johnson in the right-hand side. And a win light on the right-hand side for Johnson with a perfect reaction time. Mark Rosenbaum and Grant Zimmerman in the Mustang right-hand side. Mark Rosenbaum in the Corvette left-hand side. 6:41 dial in for Zimmerman on the right-hand side. 5:96 to dial in for Rosenbaum in the left-hand lane. Something appears to be the matter down here with Zimmerman. All right, there was a belt apparently dangling out from underneath the hood of Zimmerman's car, tripping the beam out there, so he sheds the belt. And we try again. Zimmerman will go red. Mark Rosenbaum advances into the next round. Rosenbaum down to his second. Only one of 2 entries left today. He continues on here in round number 4 of no box. We'll be back for round number 5. Box cars, be in the lanes, please. Box cars, be in the lanes, please, for round number 4. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Left lane 8 and 9, right lane 10 and 11. Bill Curtis Sr. To lane number 12, please, Bill. Lane number 12, please, as you are potential buy. Joe Gagliano and Norm Wheats at the starting line. Wheats in the Dakota pickup truck. He's out front. He'll get there first. He will break out. Joe Gagliano coming away the winner, 6:46.6. On the 6:43 dial-in, Joe Gagliano turning on win lights at Byron Dragway this Saturday. Bob Moeller and Jeff Billiter, your next pair. Billiter, the points leader, continuing to earn those valuable points in his quest to win a championship. He could win a championship this weekend, and he is certainly making the case for it today. The racer from Byron, Jeff Billiter. And Billiter goes dead on 1, and there is no doubt why he is the points leader with performances like those. Jeff Billiter advancing into the next round, 6:65.1 on the 6:65 dial-in. Moeller breaks out. Billiter goes dead on 1. Lee Butler and Gentleman Jim Laughlin, your next pair. Laughlin on the right-hand side, a 6:73 dial-in. For the Malibu from Albany, Wisconsin, paired up with Lee Butler in the Camaro. Left-hand side, 790 dial-in. Butler leaving first. Laughlin trying to chase him down. He will get there. He will get the win. 681 on the 673 dial-in. Jim Laughlin is your winner on the right-hand side. Taking out Lee Butler. Torrey Williams and Bill Curtis Jr., your next pair. Williams in the right-hand lane. Driving the Chevrolet Nova from Winnebago, Illinois. A 623 dial-in for Williams. 590 the dial-in for Bill Curtis Jr. in the Camaro left-hand lane. This is round number 4, Super Pro no box. Final pair of no boxers at the starting line. And this one is a doozy. Identical reaction times, double breakout. Torrey Williams the winner on a double breakout over Bill Curtis Jr. A final call, round 4, boxcars. Final call, round 4 of boxcars. And Troy Bogner will collect his buy in advance in round number 5, Super Pro no box. Final call, boxcars, round number 4. Final call, boxcars, round number 4. Final call for round number 4 of Super Pro Box. A final call, round number 1, Super Pro Box. Final call, round number one. What am I talking about, Sedona? What am I talking about? I'm excited for Sunday is what it is. I'm looking forward to the 10 grander tomorrow. Round number 4. Good golly. Somebody get the hook and get this guy out of here. Round number 4, Super Pro Box. You should be in the lanes. Final call, round 4. Super Pro Box, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Scott McCann and the Amazing Grace. Eric Grace at the starting line. Grace in the Corvette right-hand side. McCann left-hand lane in the Chevrolet Nova from Madison, Wisconsin. And with a 009 reaction time, Eric Grace will turn on the win light. 447 on the 446 dial, 156 miles per hour for Eric Grace. Scott McCann was 24 on the tree, 681.7 on the 683. He breaks out. Eric Grace gets the win. Colin Estes and Brian Yeomans. Coming up next, Yeomans, the green dragster, right-hand side from Marshall, Wisconsin. With a 537 dial-in, right-hand side. He is paired up with Colin Estes, number 2 overall last year in Super Pro competition. With a 509 dial-in, Colin Estes, tower side, Yeomans, right-hand lane. This is round number 4. Wow, what a drag race. Identical 008 reaction times. Colin Estes gets the win on a double breakout. 508.3 and the 509 dial-in. Yeomans got there first. He broke out by more. Colin Estes is your winner. Left-hand side, 508.3 and the 509 dial-in. The lesser of the two breakouts. Hey, a reminder, there will be breakfast at the Dragway Diner tomorrow morning. Come one, come all to the Dragway Diner tomorrow morning for breakfast. Don't bother waking up everyone in the RV. Don't be rattling those pots and pans in the wee hours of the morning. Swing on down to the Dragway Diner for breakfast. Being served Sunday morning, tomorrow morning at the Dragway Diner. Breakfast will be served. Craig Huss and Dominic Bowden win light. Going to go to Craig Huss. Bowden will go red by 9 thou on the right-hand side. Craig Huss is your winner. 528.5 on the 529 dial-in. That'll bring up Mitchell Vincent in the left-hand side with a 484 dial-in for the dragster. Tower side. Paired up with car number 468 in the right-hand side. A 625 dial-in for car number 468. And Vincent will go red by 2 thousandths of a second. Dead on 4 on the right-hand side. Car number 468 will advance into round number 5. Round number 5, Super Pro No Box. Looking for round number 5, Super Pro No Box. Aaron Johnson, H386, H386. Aaron Johnson, you are potential buy. Please report to lane at number 3. Aaron Johnson, please report to lane at number 3. Reminder, drivers, we are in round robin mode. You turn on the win light, then you got to start cooling, fueling, recharging, and getting it back to the lanes as soon as possible. No longer wait for our call. Do not wait for our call. Bring them up as soon as you are ready. We're looking for no box at this time. No box, round number 5, Aaron Johnson, H386. You are potential buy. Please report to lane at number 3, Aaron Johnson. David Bones Johnson and Jeff Jones. You've got Bones, you've got Jones. They're both at the starting line. 569 dial-in for Bones on the left-hand side in the Mustang from Edwards, Illinois, down by Peoria. Jeff Jones, the city worker from Beloit, Wisconsin, with a 489 dial-in. Jeff Jones goes 007 green. He gets the win. 2 over the dial, 007 on the tree. Jeff Jones takes out Bones in round number 4. Once again, round 5, Super Pro No Box. Bring them on up, round 5, Super Pro Box. We are in round robin mode. We want to run this race to completion. Left lane 4 and 5, right lane 6 and 7, Super Pro No Box, Super Pro No Box. Round number 4 to the lanes, please. Round 5 to the lanes, please. Super Pro No Box. Kevin Robertson and Jeremy Bankston at the starting line. Red light start for Kevin Robertson. Win light to Jeremy Bankston in the right-hand lane. He is 009 green. He is 1 over the dial-in. He is moving on to round number 5. Robertson goes red. Bankston goes on. Once again, round 5, Super Pro No Box. We've got one racer there. Where are you, No Box? We need you to the lanes, please. We've got one car. We need 9 more. Looking for 9 more No Boxers. To the lanes, please. Thank you, Mr. Holly, for being prompt and on time. Looking for round 5, No Box. To the lanes, please. Aaron Johnson, you are potential buy. Colin Estes and Scotty Haas on track right now. Win light. Excuse me, that is Jeff Estes. Jeff Estes getting the win in the Pontiac Acadian, going 598 on the 596 dial-in at Byron Dragway. Taking out Scotty Haas in this round. Ricky Pena in the borrowed GMC pickup truck, the Sonoma pickup truck, paired up with John Davis Jr. Davis running the right lane for the first time today. 4:15 dial-in for Davis on the right-hand side. That is the quickest remaining car in competition. 4:15 dial-in. Holy cow. And John Davis Jr. will go red by 0.02 of a second. And look at that performance. 4:14.5 at 171 miles per hour. Top speed of the day for John Davis Jr. Ricky Pena will capitalize on the red line start, picking up the win, going 6:69 himself in the left-hand side. Pair of third-generation Chevrolet Camaros at the starting line. Doug Cruz and Brent Vincent. Vincent in the right-hand side, a 6:15 dial-in for the racer from Byron, Illinois. 6:52 the dial-in for Doug Cruz, left-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. Cruz will lead first. Here comes Brent Vincent, and this is a close one. Very close race at the finish line. Win light to Doug Cruz. He'll go dead on 8 and get the win. Brent Vincent got there first, breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. 004 reaction time for Doug Cruz, 006 for Brent Vincent. Vincent takes him through by 7 thou, breaks out by 1 thou. Doug Cruz going dead on, gets the win. And at last, Bill Curtis Sr. will finally collect his Byron here to conclude round number 4 of Super Pro Box. He has been carrying this by since round number 1 of eliminations. And he's going to cash it in here. A final call, Super Pro No Box. We've got 9 cars. We should have 10. We are missing 1 no boxer. To the lanes, please. Final call. All right, Brian, they are all there. They are all in the lanes. All 10 have arrived. Aaron Johnson had a perfect light in the previous round. That affords him potential buy in this round. Should be an even number of cars this round. Once again, box cars, make sure when you turn on a win light that you start to fuel, cool, and recharge and bring them right back. Do not wait for our call. We will take boxers round 5. Begin to make your way to the lanes, please. Boxers round 5 as soon as possible. This is round number 5, Super Pro No Box. Mark Wicker and John Holly, pair of Mopars. First one's out the gate. Nearly heads up. 655 for Wicker, left-hand side. 653 for Holly in the right-hand lane. Clean green, away they go. John Holly with the advantage off the starting line. John Holly with the win light at the finish line. 1 over the dial. John Holly is your winner. Wicker was dead on 2, but Holly was too good at the tree. 13 on the tree for Holly, and he is your winner in the Mopar, right-hand side. Then now a pair of Chevrolets, one from Byron, Illinois. That is Eric Anderson in the Motivation Chevrolet Camaro, left-hand side. Paired up with Joe Gagliano, the Wheels Up Super Sport Nova from Chesney Park, Illinois. 643 dial in for Gagliano, 581 for Eric Anderson on the left-hand side. Beautiful Wheels Up launch for Gagliano, but that will be that for Gagliano. He goes red, and Anderson goes dead on 0 and gets the win in the left-hand lane. The wheel stand was beautiful, but the red light unfortunately brings Mr. Gagliano's day to an end. Anderson advances to the next round. Mark Rosenbaum and Jeff Billiter. Billiter, your points leader, right-hand side, continues to earn points with each and every round win. 664 dial in for Billiter on the right-hand side. Facing the out-of-town racer from Stoughton, Wisconsin, that is Mark Rosenbaum. And Billiter continues to turn on the win lights. 665.9 on the 664 dial-in. Billiter gets the win. Rosenbaum was dead on 5. Billiter won over the dial-in. You guessed it, starting line advantage to Jeff Billiter. He is your winner. Round 5, Super Pro Box. Round 5, Super Pro Box. We are looking for you. Round number 5, Super Pro Box. We are looking for you. Round 5, Super Pro Box. We are looking for you. Doug Cruz. Car number K318. You are potential buy in round 5 of Super Pro Box. Doug Cruz to lane at number 12, please. Troy Bogner will turn on the win light here against Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin will get there first with room to spare, but he breaks out. Bogner one over the dial-in, picking up the win left-hand side. And now, your final pair. Your final pair in this round at number 5 of Super Pro No Box, Tori Williams and Aaron Johnson. Johnson with lane choice. He came into this round as potential buy. Perfect light in the previous round. Almost heads up right here for dial-ins. 621 for Johnson, 622 for Tori Williams. And Aaron Johnson continues to have stellar reaction times. 003 green on the tree for Aaron Johnson. He'll pick up the win over Tori Williams. Johnson goes one over the dial-in. Williams breaking out by 4 thou at the stripe. Aaron Johnson, 003 reaction time, picking up the win. All right, we've got 5 cars so far. There should be a dozen looking for 12 boxers. We've got 5. There should be 12. We've got 6. We are halfway there. In the words of the great Bon Jovi, we are halfway there, Sedona. Box cars, round 5. We need you to the lanes, please. Box cars, round 5. We need you to the lanes, please. Doug Cruz. Doug Cruz, potential buy. Please report to lane at number 12. Doug Cruz, you are potential buy. Please report to staging lane at number 12. Aaron Johnson will carry the buy into round at number 6 of No Box. 5 cars remaining in No Box. Aaron Johnson carries the buy. An absolutely stellar turnout this weekend for the Fall Bracket Nationals. Our warmest thank you to all of the racers for spreading the word and coming on out and really showing up in force this weekend. A great turnout for the Fall Bracket Nationals. In a year with so much competition as far as big money bracket races go, big races going on all over the country, week in, week out. We salute you, the racers of Byron Dragway, for turning out for this Fall Bracket Nationals. And a big tip of the cap to Mother Nature. Holy cow. I cannot remember a Fall Bracket Nationals with weather like this. It's been years, let's put it that way. And it is beautiful. So a final call, Super Pro Box, round 5, final call. And we can't say it enough. Thank you so much to the racers turning around. Such quick fashion. 12 cars have reported they are all there. We are ready for round 5 Super Pro box. No box, begin to make your way back up as soon as you can. Aaron Johnson continues to carry the buy-in, no box. Aaron Johnson, you continue to carry the buy-in. Super Pro, no box. So round 6, no box. We will take you as soon as you are ready. Bring them on up. Here we go, round number 5, Super Pro box. At the starting line, Colin Estes and Josh Goyke. Two tough customers. Well, you know what? At this point, you get this deep in eliminations, they are tough customers all around, every which way you look. Truthfully, that starts in round number 1, as there is definitely not a slouch on the property this weekend at Byron Dragway. All the big guns are turning out for the Fall Bracket Nationals. Two big ones at the starting line right now. Colin Estes and Josh Goyke. Pair of dragsters leading things off. Opening pair, round 5, Super Pro box. Estes tower side, Goyke right-hand lane. Wow. Look at this. 006 reaction time for Colin Estes. 005 for Josh Goyke. They will both go dead on 3. This race decided at the starting line by 1/1000th of a second. Unbelievable. Josh Goyke comes away the winner on the right-hand side. They both go dead on 3. Estes 006, Goyke 005 at the Christmas tree. That is the race. Right there at the starting line, 1/1000th separation. Goyke moving on to the next round, and I told you, that was a heavy hitter matchup, and it lived up to the billing. Tim Vincent and Bill Curtis Sr. Sr. carried a buy run all the way up until the previous round in which he collected that buy run. Paired up now with Tim Vincent in the VCVS sponsored entry from St. Charles, Illinois. Almost heads up, 494 for Vincent, 491 for Bill Curtis Sr. And through the finish line, scoreboard says Tim Vincent, 005 reaction time, 497 on the 494 dial-in. Tim Vincent is your winner in the left-hand side over Bill Curtis Sr. Round number 6, Super Pro no box. Round number 6, Super Pro no box. We are looking for you, Round number 6, Super Pro no box. Bring them on up. Bring them on up. Round 6, Super Pro no box. Bring them on up. Aaron Johnson continues to carry the bye. John Holly continues to show up on time. Ricky Pena and Jeff Jones, your next pair. Jones on the right-hand side, a 489 dial-in for the dragster from Beloit, Wisconsin. Ricky Pena, the borrowed pickup truck from Palos Park, Illinois. 669 the dial-in for Ricky. And the win light will go to the dragster, Jeff Jones. Both drivers 2 over the dial-in. Jeff Jones a little bit better at the tree. He will get the win in the right-hand side over Ricky Pena. Craig Huss in the left-hand side from Kaukauna, Wisconsin. A 528 dial-in for Huss on the left-hand side. Paired up with the amazing Grace. That is Eric Grace in the 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette with a 446 dial-in. Check that out, 446 dial-in. The quickest door car on the property this weekend. 1 thou will separate these drivers off the starting line. And dead on 9, Craig Huss will get the win at the finish line. Holy cow, that is the closest race of the day today. 1/10,000th of a second. 1/10,000th of a second. And that race decided by less than 1 inch. Less than 1 inch in favor of the dragster, Craig Huss from Kaukauna, Wisconsin, taking out Eric Grace here in round number 5 of Super Pro Box. Jeremy Banksness. Coming up now, left-hand side, paired up with Jeff Thomas. Thomas from Wisconsin in the 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass, right-hand side. Thomas will leave first. Banksness will red light by 5 thou. Banksness goes red, giving a win to Jeff Thomas on the right-hand side. 624.3 on the 625 dial-in, Jeff Thomas. A newcomer to Byron Dragway, moving on to round number 6. Incredible performance indeed. We're looking for one more car. Aaron Johnson, paging Aaron Johnson. Paging Aaron Johnson to the lanes, please. Stage lane number 3, potential by Aaron Johnson for round number 6. Doug Cruz and Jeff Estes. Pair of door cars, the only, second pair of door cars we've had in this round. And Doug Cruz, who is sitting on the potential bye, will carry it into round number 6. Red light start for Jeff Estes by just 0.08 of a second. Doug Cruz going to go dead on 9 and carry that bye into round number 6. So both our buys from no box and box will carry to the next round, round number 6. So 5 cars remain in no box. They are all there. 6 cars now remain in box. And a pair of Camaros carrying the buys here into round number 6. Well, as you see on the screen, the live stream screen, this is round number 6 of eliminations. Super Pro No Box at the starting line, Troy Bogner and John Holly. 603 dial in for Bogner left-hand side, 653 dial in for John Holly in the right-hand lane. Wow. The racers know the big bucks are up for grabs this weekend. Check out John Holly. Trip, zip, reaction time, dead on 4. He will get the win. Troy Bogner, dead on 0, right on the money, honey, 19 on the tree. And he left last. John Holly with the 4,000 total package is your winner on the right-hand side. Wow. And now a battle of the hometown racers. Eric Anderson and Jeff Billiter, both drivers from right here in Byron, Illinois. They both go red. Well, because of True Start, Billiter goes red first, but Anderson does it worst. And Jeff Billiter, your points leader, continues to collect points one round at a time. Kind of like the Johnny Cash song. You did it one round at a time.
One part at a time.
Well, different. This isn't the same as Johnny Cash. And it probably cost him a dime. And so Aaron Johnson now will collect his bye. I believe that's 2 rounds today that I have seen True Start. Changed the outcome. Sheila Morris, thank you for tuning in, watching the live stream. Thank you, Sheila. Well, they must still be under a rain delay in Memphis as the Pontillos check it in, saying some tough racing going on at Byron Dragway. Maybe they could hit the road, come on up here, make it here in time for tomorrow, and then maybe the race would still be going on down there. They can re-enter or something. I don't know. But thanks to the Pontillos for tuning in down in Memphis, as they are under rain delay at the $1 million race in Memphis this weekend. Thanks to Tony, thanks to Carla, and everyone there at Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha Starter and Alternator, proud sponsor of last weekend's World Power Wheel Standing Championships, and boy, was that a doozy. Hop on YouTube, look up some of the videos. Look up James Horvat's video. That is absolutely astounding. And I think the most fun fact of the wheel stand for me, hey, round 6 boxcars, round 6 boxcars. We need you to the lanes, please. Round 6 boxcars. You know, we had 2 cars. One went over the wall, one ended up on its roof. But we never once changed a timing cube on the track, and that is almost unheard of at the wheel stand competition. We did lose a speaker. We did lose an 8th mile flag, so we lost a few things. 2 speakers. We lost 2 speakers. Those have since been repaired. Aaron Johnson collecting his Byron. He'll be back for round at number 7 in no box competition. Boxcars, we are looking for you. Boxcars, we are looking for you. It looks like we've got 3. There should be 6. We're halfway there. Halfway there. Doug Cruz continues to carry the bye for round 6 of box. Round 6 box, bring them on up. We are looking for you. Jeff Jones looking for Jeff Jones. Round number 6 to the lanes, please. We've got 5. We need one more. Looking for one more car. Jeff Jones, bring it on up. Brian Steele, as you've got them paired, go ahead and start to send them out. Let those drivers start to feel cool and get ready for round number 7 who wins. So go ahead and send them on out, Brian Steele. And we'll just hold up Mr. Doug Cruz until Jeff Jones arrives, or however it shakes out entirely. This is the assembler, Craig Huss, from Kokana, Wisconsin. That is a well-branded car. Well-sponsored car. Country Financial, Great Escapes, Landscapes, Kelderman Plumbing. I'm not even getting paid to read these off, but I'm just giving a little plug to Mr. Huss's sponsors. Thank you for supporting these racers and making it possible for them to come out and go racing to Byron Dragway. And Josh Goyke, the unsponsored car, well, it's sponsored by himself. He'll get the win, 480 on the 477 dial-in. Goyke picking up the win over Craig Huss. Jeff Thomas and Tim Vincent. A door car on a dragster matchup here in round number 6. Vincent on the Towers side, the VCVS sponsored entry from Marengo, Illinois. Thomas on the right-hand side from Wisconsin. Very close race. This one could go either way at the finish line. Jeff Thomas, by 8 thousandths of a second, turns on the win light. Both drivers 1 over and change. Vincent 16 on the tree. Thomas 11 thou on the tree. And Jeff Thomas comes away the winner by 8 thou at the stripe. So it'll be Doug Cruz and Jeff Jones, your final pair this round. In Super Pro box competition, Cruz sitting on the bye. Should he win this round, he will punch his ticket all the way into the box class. Round of 2. Glen Beulah, Wisconsin. BJ, what can you tell us about Glen Beulah, Wisconsin? That can be our spotlight city of the weekend, Glen Beulah, Wisconsin. John Holly, potential buy for round number 7. Super Pro no box. John Holly. Potential buy, round number 7. No box. Bring them on up. No box. To the lanes, please, for round number 7. John Holly. Potential buy, lane number 3. Looking for no box, round number 7. 3 cars remain. To the lanes, please. Ooh, Glen Beulah, population 2,500. Located in Sheboygan County. Now, why are you looking up? You're looking up real estate value. I want to go to, there's a very reputable, never disputed, everything is true website. It's called Wikipedia. Okay, some things could be made up on it. Look it up and see what kind of notable people other than Jeff Thomas come from Glen Beulah, Illinois. Find out when they were incorporated. Find something juicy.
How do you spell?
Just Wikipedia how to spell pedia if you can't figure that out. All right, so Doug Cruz and Jeff Jones back on track. We are running a drag race here, folks. Cruz on the left-hand side, sitting on the potential bye in the door car from Rockford, Illinois. 6:52 is his dial-in. So Jeff Jones in the dragster with a 489 dial-in. Doug Cruz, 6:52 in the Camaro. Tower side. A lot of politicians from Glen Beulah, all their notable. Outside of Jeff Thomas, all their notable residents. And Jeff Jones looks like he is in trouble. Yes, he is. Doug Cruz is dead on 3. 15 on the tree. Jeff Jones was dead on 1, but his light started with a 1. Doug Cruz moving into the next round. Hey, 20 minutes. Souvenir stand will be closing in 20 minutes time. That is 6 o'clock sharp. 6 o'clock sharp. Camden Isley has a date tonight, so he has to be out of here at 6 o'clock sharp. We will not hold you up, Camden. We don't want the Playground of Power to get in the way of your love life. All right, we're looking for one more no-box entry, and he is rounding the corner. We cannot say enough. In fact, BJ, take your hat off if you would. Our hats are off to the racers for turning around the way they have. Thank you. We salute you. Turning around in round-robin fashion. True professionals of the Playground of Power, we thank you, racers, for making this stuff happen. Mr. Bill's hat has been off all day today. Oh, you had that safari hat on earlier, didn't you, Bill? Or the Gilligan hat. That's what it is. That's a Gilligan bucket-style hat. Oh, he wants to be MacGyver. Well, he needs a cool leather jacket then, and he needs to fashion some sort of a slingshot out of toothpaste and dental floss if he's going to be MacGyver. Oh, he did. He did. That's why we took our hats off to them, BJ. They are the best in the business. Looking for box cars, round at number 7, box cars. As soon as you are ready, bring them on up, box cars. We are ready for you. Round number 7, box cars. To the lanes, please. Doug Cruz continues to carry the potential bye. Doug Cruz, you continue to carry the potential bye in round 7 of Super Pro Box. Jeff Billiter and Aaron Johnson. First pair out, Super Pro No Box, round number 7. You can see it on the live stream. That's that little number there at the bottom of the screen, round number 7. Billiter in the Vega wagon. He is your points leader, continuing to earn points today. Carefully, he gets the Vega wagon in. Trickles the beam. Johnson better get it in there. He gets it in there. Off and running. Wow. And Billiter is uncharacteristically late. Wow, jumps on the brakes big time down there. And Aaron Johnson comes away the winner on the right-hand side. Aaron Johnson takes out the points leader in round number 7. And now John Holly will collect his bye. He will face Aaron Johnson in the no box. The no box final. So the Mopar, John Holly, ripping it down the track. He will go a 6:55 on a 6:52 dial-in. It'll be Holly and Johnson in the no box final. They'll be the final 2 no boxers. And it looks like we've got one of 3 boxers to the lanes. Doug Cruz is a potential buy, and I believe Jeff Thomas is the other we're looking for. From Glen Beulah, Wisconsin, Jeff Thomas and Doug Cruz. How about that? 2 door cars and 1 dragster left in the box class. Josh Goyke out there all by himself with a dragster. Brian Steele, as soon as you are ready, the track is ready. As we are racing daylight. We are racing daylight at this time, so drivers, be ready to go. We are racing daylight. After this round, we have 2 more rounds left to go. We'll be down to 2 no boxers and 2 boxers, then the overall final runoff for the big check. Hey, do not forget, it is Trailer Treat Night at Byron Dragway. Trailer Treat Night. So if we've got any of the kids that got their costumes, hopefully some trailers brought out some candy for the kids. BYOC, bring your own candy. But once we are done with the final rounds tonight, trailer treat for all the youngins to wander about. In fact, I got to find a bag of candy for the tower. Don't tell anybody, Sedona, but I ate the whole bag already, so we need a backup bag of candy. Hey, the Dragway Diner will be closing at 6 p.m. The Dragway Diner will be closing at 6 p.m. If you need ice to get you through the night, if you need anything from the Dragway Diner, get down there now as they will close at 6 p.m. That is 7 minutes time. The Dragway Diner is closing at 6 p.m. Swing on down before they close. And the souvenir stand will also be closing at 6 o'clock. It's as though Lockhart, it's as though Doug and Camden and Damien are all in sync down there. Jeff Thomas and Josh Goyke, your first pair of Super Pro box competitors at the starting line. Thomas in the left-hand side. In the Oldsmobile Cutlass with a 624 dial-in, Goyke from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois, 476 to dial in for Goyke. And Thomas is throwing off his routine. Or is he? Goyke is going to get the win, but this one was most unusual. Thomas thought he had it staged. Put it on the rev limiter, and the car was just flickering the bulb with every revolution of that motor. So he got off the rev limiter, went in a little bit deeper, put it back on the limiter. He was 008 on the Christmas tree. Goyke was 90. It looked like Thomas may have pulled one out, but Goyke ends up getting the win as Thomas gets there first. He breaks out by 7th thou at the finish line. Goyke goes dead on 2, picks up the win in a most unusual round. So it'll be Doug Cruz and Josh Goyke, a pair of regulars at Byron Dragway, advancing into the box class final round. Cruz goes 651-0 on the 652 dial-in. We are looking for our no box final. We will take you to the lanes, please. No box final. All cars, all classes, we will take you back to the lanes, please. All cars, all classes, we will take you back to the lanes, please. Looking for all cars and all classes, back to the lanes, please. All cars, all classes, back to the staging lanes, please. Looking for our box class final. Box class final to the lanes, please. Box class final. Looking for you to the lanes, please. So if you are tuned in to the YouTube Byron Dragway TV broadcast of Fall Bracket Nationals, all cars are in the lanes. Round at number 8 set to roll off here in just a minute's time. Racers from all over the world tuning in. Fans, we've got fans from Poland watching. A lot of people tuned in down in Memphis as that race is rain delayed. So tuning in and watching from the $1 million race in Memphis. And they're going to tune in to see some great racing here. 2 rounds left. In no box, we've got John Holly and Aaron Johnson. And in box, we've got a door car and a dragster, Doug Cruz and Josh Goyke. So hang tight there, Byron Dragway TV viewers on YouTube. We'll have round number 8 rolling off here in just a minute's time. The winner of this round advances to the $4,000 to win Super Pro Box No Box, presented by FTI Performance. Overall final round. These are the no box entries: Aaron Johnson and John Holly. Holly on the right-hand side. The Mopar from Marengo, Illinois. Beautiful 68 Dodge Dart. A driver that won the Summer Thunder Nationals a few years ago on the right-hand side of the 653 Dial-In. Given the head start will be Aaron Johnson, a driver who has been trip zip perfect on the tree today. Follow that up with a 003, so it is no fluke at all. Aaron Johnson and John Holly, no box, final 2. Win light's going to go to John Holly. 11 on the tree and 1 over the dial-in, picking up the win against Aaron Johnson. Johnson a little bit late at the tree. Tried to keep pace with Holly. Couldn't keep up with him. Broke out still, going 6:21.7 on the 6:23 dial-in. John Holly rolls out of the throttle, picks up the win. So it'll be John Holly racing for the $4,000 prize. And who will he face in the overall final round? Will it be another door car in Doug Cruz? Or will it be the dragster of Josh Goyke? These are the final 2 boxers remaining in competition today. Goyke does his burnout. Doug Cruz, assisted by his wife, Robin, in the water box area. Robin gives him the signal. Doug burns out. Doug Cruz won a $2,500 race earlier this year. Actually, last year, I should say. Was a big winner 1 year ago. Can he return to the winner's circle in back-to-back years? We're going to find out. He's got a tough customer, a local driver from just down the road in Stillman Valley. A 476 dial-in for the dragster of Josh Goyke. 650 dial-in for Doug Cruz, the newly retired electrician in the tower side. And Cruz will go red by just 4 thousandths of a second. And how about that Josh Goyke? 006 reaction time. He'll go 475.8 on the 476 dial-in. It'll be Josh Goyke and Aaron Johnson. Or excuse me, John Holly and Josh Goyke racing for the $4,000 prize. Hey, a reminder, racers, a reminder. Breakfast will be served at the award-winning Dragway Diner tomorrow morning, so make your plans accordingly. Make your plans accordingly. Don't bother waking up early, waking up everybody in the motorhome. Don't be rattling those pots and pans bright and early in the morning. Take it easy. Let the Dragway Diner serve your breakfast tomorrow morning. Swing on down. Make your plans now to come on down to the Dragway Diner for breakfast. Breakfast tomorrow morning at the Dragway Diner.
All right, final round of the lanes, final round of the lanes. The clock is ticking. And sunset is near. Thank you all so much, everybody. The playground of power today. And thanks, Nancy Estes, for cooking my steak over there, too, while you're at it. That's awful nice of you, Nancy. I appreciate that. Medium is fine.
Final round. Looking for our finalists to the lanes, please. John Holly, Doug Cruz to the staging lanes, please. Bring them on up, gentlemen. Bring them on up. Final round to the lanes, please. The sunset does move quicker. The sun drops very fast at this point of the day. We are past 6:22. That is official sunset. So it will get dark fast from here on out. Doug Cruz, John Holly, bring them on up. Excuse me, I was wrong. I meant Josh Goyke. Josh Goyke and John Holly. Josh Goyke and John Holly. That is my bad.
It's been so long, you hit a lapse in memory.
It has been so long since we ran round at number 8. It has been amateur hour at best, Mr. Steele. It has been amateur hour at best for the announcer today. Amateur hour all day, frankly, for myself. Yeah, I called a round 1 when it was round 4. I called Josh Goyke, Doug Cruz.
Well, I made my mistakes, too.
When you say on average 13,000 things over the PA a day, then you are bound to say 2 to 3 things wrong. Yes, Mr. Steele. 10-4.
I don't think I appreciate that, but you do whatever you want. I don't care. 3.
BJ, do you know what percent 3 out of 13,000 wrong things are?
Oh, less than, I'm going to say.
0.02%. 0.02%. You got to forgive me, Sedona. That's been like 3 hours since I made that mistake.
Yeah, that percentage is going down the more you yap, unless you make another mistake.
The more I talk, the better my percentage gets. Percentage? See, it's getting worse. Percentage. This is it, the $4,000 to win FTI Performance Super Pro Box Snow Box Final Round. John Holly and Josh Goyke, two tough customers in a big final round. Both drivers are a bit overdue, you might say, for one of these big ones. And this is a big one. The Fall Bracket Nationals is a major as far as bracket racing goes at Byron Dragway. John Holly, the no-box car tower side. Josh Goyke, the dragster in the right-hand lane. And this one is over at the hit. Red light start for John Holly. Josh Goyke is going to be your $4,000 champion. John Holly goes red. Josh Goyke is your winner. 475-2 on the 476 dial-in. A big job well done to John Holly and crew. Fantastic outing, fantastic performance. Good enough for a runner-up finish today, but a big congratulations to Josh Goyke and company on a big $4,000 victory. Job well done, and Dad is pumping his fist. He is on cloud nine. And to say the Goykes are excited would be an understatement. We will do vehicle inspections in the winner circle area. Vehicle inspections will be in the winner circle area, so we can snap the photos before nightfall. Winner circle photos and car inspections will be in winner circle, please, so we can inspect the cars and get the photos and everything before nightfall. So we will ask that John Holly and Josh Goicke please report to winner circle for your inspections, please.